not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering why my mind keeps on spinning. This isn't how living to me was told. Why am I like this? Something's always amiss. Can't put my finger on it, but it's there. Wait for it to subside, but my mind won't apply. Waiting for the clear. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away. Sitting throwing rocks across the pavement, hoping it'll cave in and swallow me whole. Wondering how the world keeps on spinning, kinda scared of living when it unfolds. Hard to see the light when everything is dying, waiting for the clear. Thankful I'm alive, but terrified of dying. But hey, I'm still here. Is it bad sometimes? I like it when I lose control. There's something in it that's so beautiful. Listen, I can see the light, but I can also see the bones decay. I don't know what else there is to say. I'm doing my best not to run away.
Sky trying to make me see your stars, but the dark gets so lonely. Now I see violet, I can feel silence. In the dark's all that I see. When your stars have burnt out and your heart makes no sound, I'll find violet in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. Be my night sound. I'll find valid in your eyes. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky. You'll always be my night sky.
I get lost inside my thoughts, and when I start to think, oh, the hold close, it starts to end up on the brink. I tried so hard, but all these scars, they cut so deep, I bleed. I fell so fast from heaven, it's like someone clipped my wings. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop this gravity? 'Cause I wanna say goodbye. I forgive the pain you gave to me so long ago. Sleepless nights I laid awake just begging to let go. I almost got to suicidal thoughts, but you stepped in. An angel sent from heaven showed me how to live again. Now I'm falling, and I can't see the ground. Can we stop this gravity? It keeps bringing me down. I can't breathe, and I don't wanna die. Can we stop gravity?
Hold on to me. Something sometimes, but I'd never say goodbye or ever leave this stuff behind. When it's good, it's amazing. When it's bad, it's uneasy. I wouldn't have it another way. There's no other way. Yeah. When it hurts like this, when it hurts like this. When it hurts like this. And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our clouds when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. And I'll be running, possessed by a low, low voodoo. Fired up like a wolf on a full moon. And we're stuck in a la la land. The tides will turn without us. And I'll be killing time like I might be a cartoon. Take it in real life like haiku. I know we got the good vibes when pieces fall right into place. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Cause you got me holding. Play me like a bass guitar. Simmer down and mess me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it.
Here we go again. Trying hard, but you wanna be my friend. Ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. Here we go again. Call my bluff, I'ma be here till the end. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change, ain't no place to hide, ain't no one to run to. If you don't wanna change, I can help you out, 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 I can help you out. Here we go again. Time is up and I'm calling up my friends. Ain't no wonder why, ain't no one to ride to. Here we go again. Call me up and you wanna be my friend. I'm the one you ride, I'm the one you ride to. If you don't wanna change,
Look who's back! Look who's fucking back in the game! And they thought they could bury us, and they thought they would be rid of us, and they thought we would be gone forever! But look who's back! That's right, it's us! That's fucking right! Sansoy and Dylan Burns TV thought we would be buried and done and gone forever! You are now witnessing the beginning of a new era of the left, the era of infrared. Infrared is a platform for Marxism-Leninism in the age of multipolarity and the post-COVID world. The breadtube left, the fake synthetic left, the CIA, DSA left trembles in fear at the mere sight of our glorious rise. The gorillas and suns make them tremble and wet their pants. They go to bed every night and have nightmares about our rise. Sansoy failed! Putting swastikas and pornography on our stream. We caught him looking at Hogger Boy. We caught him looking at the message saying, should I spam porn on his stream, and he added him to the fucking call right after he saw it. And we have a fucking video evidence proof of his eyes looking at fucking Fogger Boy saying he's gonna fucking spam shit to get us banned. 1 fucking week later and we're back, and they thought that would bury us forever. They thought we would be gone forever, and look who's back. Look who's back. Infrared isn't going nowhere. They try to deplatform us. They try to silence us. They try to use dirty tricks. But the light of truth burns through the fake snakes in the shadows. The burning truth of the sun shines high in the sky, and it ain't going nowhere. Just look up. Just fucking look up, and you'll see the goddamn fucking truth. Snakes in the shadows, scared to reveal themselves into the light of day. Sansoy, that fucking fake. He's got a fucking trans flag in the back because he's virtue signaling. He doesn't believe in any of it. He's a fucking fake. He's a fucking fake left. He's trying to con and deceive people. He's probably a fucking predator too, like all these goddamn synthetic fucking virtue signaling leftists. They don't believe in a goddamn fucking thing they say. Infrared believes in what they say. Infrared don't prey on people. Infrared don't use their clout to prey on people. Infrared ain't giving no more free clout to these fake synthetic bitch ass leftists. Infrared ain't going nowhere. And they thought they would deplatform us forever. And 1 week later, we're back stronger than ever. Sansoy, what are you gonna do, bitch, huh? The fuck you gonna do, huh? I pound my chest like a gorilla. Can't do shit. Can't do a fucking thing. They tried to deplatform us. Samantha Banana, I'm inside your head. Trying to deplatform us. But see, look what happens. 1 week later, we're back stronger than ever. And that's how it is at the end of the day. It's always how it's gonna be. We'll always come back stronger than ever. Let this be a lesson. They can't deplatform us. They can't fucking get rid of us. The truth is coming to the light of day. Sansoy and Dylan Burns TV obliterated. They failed and we won. We won and they failed. They're on their knees trembling before us, trembling at the rise of infrared. Gorillas and Sons in the chat. Gorillas and Sons in the chat. Let them come after us. What's more powerful than us, huh? You won't find a goddamn chat in all of Twitch more powerful than ours. 100 viewers and our chat's more active than Destiny's, more active than Vosh's, more active than Hassan's, anybody in the name, you name them. And our chat's more active, more energetic, and we're rising, they're falling. We taking over the politics channel. We the new guys in town, we taking over. They're gonna look up to us and put some respect on our name. They're gonna notice us, put some respect on our name. Sansoy couldn't do a fucking thing. I gave that little bitch ass some clout. That 20 viewer Andy little bitch. He's been in the fucking game for so goddamn long. He's still a 20 viewer fucking Andy. We just started this shit. We had 100 viewers on Twitch. Day back that we fucking got unbanned. Without further ado, let this fucking show get on the road. Let's get this show on the road, however they say that shit.
Shout out Neat Feet for that based fucking vid. Based fucking vid. You thought that you'd be getting rid of us forever, now didn't you? You miss me? You miss me, Twitch? You glad to see me back, huh? You glad to see me back? I ain't going nowhere. I didn't go nowhere, you understand? How does it feel? Bunch of pussies who tried to fucking deplatform us using dirty fucking tricks. And look what fucking happened. Fucking backfired on your fucking face. Cause I exposed you. Sansoy. I exposed you. Exposed. Yeah, play those dirty tricks. Dylan Burns TV. Came out of fucking nowhere. You thought you'd fucking get rid of this. You thought you'd kill us in our cradle. And we're back stronger than ever. Salute the chat. Salute the chat. Salute the real ones in the chat. Stick by us thick and thin. Not the fakes who attack us in our moment of weakness. But the ones in the chat sticking by us through thick and thin. Through thick and thin, they stuck with us. We were banned off Twitch, and that whole week through YouTube, 200 viewers every day. No fucking problem. They stick by us thick and thin, because that's what Infrared's about. Salute the real ones in the chat. Sticking by us through thick and thin. Sticking by us through thick and thin. Sticking by us through thick and thin. And y'all know bullshit we've been going through this week. We got these fakes and these traitors. They're nobodies. Tried to fucking bite us in the ankle in our moment of weakness. And we demolished them. One by one, they all fall. One by one, they all fall. We're undefeated to this day. Not a single person can claim victory over Infrared in a debate or in anything. Not a single person. They couldn't beat us in the debate, so they tried to go to war playing dirty tricks. And they fucking failed. They failed bad. They failed bad. Through thick and thin, chat's been with us. Through thick and thin, the guerrilla army stays strong. We stay in line. Stick together, and they call us a cult. They call us a cult, and they try to cancel us because we don't ban people from our Discord, even if they're talking shit down on us. Even if... I just fucking slammed my fingers on my fucking desk. Oh, damn. But you know, I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. You know what I'm saying? I don't feel pain. You understand? I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. I don't feel pain. Damn, that shit hurts, man. That shit fucking hurts. Oh, shit. That shit fucking hurts bad, dude. That shit hurts. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. That shit hurts bad, my friend. But you know what I'm saying? They call us a cult. And they try to cancel us because we don't ban People coming on our Discord because they're right-wingers. We don't ban nobody because of ideology. You understand? We got rules in our Discord. But they want a little echo chamber because they want to be the gatekeepers of the... They try to say we're a cult and they try to say we're too open. Which one is it? You got to make up your mind, bitches. Calling us a cult and shit. Shut the fuck up. We're a fucking cult. We're a fucking cult? We're the fucking cult? Really? Really? We're a cult? We're a cult? Shut the fuck up, bitch. We're an army is what we are. A cult just sets up a farm somewhere and stays on their little bullshit ass farm. BreadTube's the cult. We're an army on the march. We keep moving. We keep moving. We're always mobile. We never settle down and create a little cult. We're always mobile, expanding and growing. But they want to call us a cult. Fucking pathetic. Fucking pathetic. All these bitches want to debate me. And they fall one by one. Sansoy, I'm looking at you. I see you. I'm back on this shit, bitch. I'm the king. You the fucking bitch. I'm the king, Sansoy. I'm the king here. You below me, bitch, with your 20 viewer Andy little bitch ass. Sansoy. Thought you could fucking ban me? Look who's back. Look who's back with 100 viewers on your platform. You've been here for so long, haven't you, Sansoy? Haven't you? And I just busted onto your fucking platform and I'm fucking more than triple your fucking size. Quadruple your size. And I just busted my fucking... I just kicked down the door. Fucking busted the door wide open. Took all your fucking viewers, bitch. Because we're pirates. We're gonna yoink those viewers from you, you political fake leftists. We're gonna take those viewers like we're pirates. Because we're raiding your shit. You know what I'm saying? Yar har, matey, is what I'm saying. We a horde. We're looting and burning the village. Taking all the goods. Taking the war booty. You know what I'm saying? Sansoy thought he would deplatform us. He thought we'd be gone forever. But we're back. We're back. A week later. Claps in the chat. Failed attempt. Failed attempt. Failed attempt. But they thought they'd take us down, didn't they? They thought they'd take us down. They thought they'd take us down. We are the future of the left. It's 2021. It's 2021. It's 2021. CPUSA 2036. We're not about those 2010s anymore. We are the left in the 2020s. These fake ass synthetic left bitches. But all you people hating on us, watching us, you thought we'd be gone forever. Oh, you thought we'd be gone. You guys thought we'd be gone. You thought it'd be that simple. No. It's going to be a little bit more work than that, my friends. A little bit more work than that, my friends. You thought it'd be so simple. You thought it'd be so easy. It's a little bit more work than that, my friends. A little bit more work than that. Because when you got supporters like these, it's going to be a little bit more work to take us down, my friend. Little bit more work. Try a little harder, you know what I'm saying? But you know what that? We persevere and that's what we're about. We persevere and that's what we're about, you understand? Persevere and that's what we're about. Through hardship and through thick and thin, the guerrilla army climbed the mountain and went back on the other side. Climbed the mountain and slid down. This is our victory. Everybody salvage this victory, salvage this moment. We went through that week of hardship. The army was thinned a little bit. Instead of having 300 viewers, we had 200 per stream. But guess what? We made it out the other side, and we met our Twitch forces, our army on Twitch, back through the other side. We were cut off from supply lines, and now we're back in the game. We're taking over Twitch. I vow we're gonna take over political Twitch. We're gonna fucking take over political Twitch. There's no army like ours. And Thought Slime, you on my radar, boy. You on my fucking radar. You will debate me. It will happen. You can't keep running and ducking and hiding. We know you know about us. We know you know about us. I saw it in your eyes. You know about us, Thought Slime. You're not gonna keep running from us. You will face infrared. We are gonna debate Thought Slime. Because he needs to put some respect on the name of the Tankies. You know what I'm saying? They call us Tankies like it's an insult. I'd rather be a Tanky than a fucking snowflake. I'd rather be a tank. I'd rather be a lion than a fucking chicken shit sansoy little bitch. But they say I'm a tanky, I'm a tanky. Yeah, I'm a tanky. We're riding that tank, mowing down the fucking snowflakes. Fuck them. Trying to cancel us and deplatform us and shit. And they fucking failed. I see you, Sansoy. Sansoy, hey, I know you're watching. All these fucking bitches on Twitch trying to get clout off of us. Kevin Logan, I schooled you. I fucking schooled you, you bluffing bitch. Talking all that shit because you need viewers, because you don't have any content. Oh, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He has no clue what he's talking about. But every time you tried to test me, you failed. You bluffing bitch. You fat fucking slob. You act civil in our debate, but then you go about talking shit. Oh, he doesn't know a god. He has no idea what he's talking about. He has no idea. He doesn't know what he's talking. It's all a bunch of gibberish. It's all a bunch of word salad. It's all meaningless. None of it means anything. No, you're just a fucking idiot. You're a peanut brain fucking idiot is your problem. You fucking dumbass. And you're not getting another. Actually, if you challenge me, maybe I will give you another debate. But it's not going to be a nice one this time. And I'm going to challenge your knowledge. Because to say somebody doesn't know what they're talking about assumes you know something. You know a thing or two. And I want to test your knowledge, boy. Little bitch Kevin Logan. The fuck do you know, huh? You didn't know a goddamn fucking thing about the topics I brought up when we were talking. You don't know shit. He doesn't know what he's talking about. And I've been at this for years and years and years not being in public. And I don't know what I'm talking about. When this is all I fucking devoted my life to is this shit. This shit that I'm talking about. I've devoted my whole fucking life to it. And he says I don't know what I'm talking about. What a fucking idiot. Of course I know what I'm fucking talking about. Why would I be so specific in what I'm talking about? You think it's random? You think it's fucking random? No, there is a consistent thread across everything I say. A consistent thread. You're just too stupid to see it. Fuck you, Mr. Bamboozle. I'm not debating your bitch ass. You get more viewers than me, then I'll unconditionally debate you. But people who have less viewers than me, after Sansoy, you get through my community first. If you're smart enough to take on my community, then you're smart enough to take on me. But most of you, 99% of you, too stupid to even win in a debate with my random fucking Discord people. So you take them on first. You pass through them first, then you can deal with me. Wasting my time. Wasting my fucking time. is what they want to do. No more weak challengers. No more weak challengers. Big gorilla is sick of eating tiny monkeys. You understand? Big gorilla want to eat some big monsters. You know what I'm saying? Gorilla got to get big. You know what I'm saying? Gorilla big now, but gorilla's got to get bigger. You know what I'm saying? Gorilla's sick of eating tiny monkeys. Little tiny monkeys. Little 2-bit snacks. I ain't need those tiny monkeys no more. I'm full. You understand? I'm here to take on the big Godzilla monsters now. You know what I'm saying? Ain't none of those tiny little monkey ass bitches. You know what I'm saying? But you know what I'm saying? Y'all know the beginning of this fucking stream. Y'all know the beginning. What do we do in the beginning of our streams? Twitch chat, what do we do? I know the YouTube chat knows. Does the Twitch chat know? Bitch, baby, you'll wreck me? Fuck you, bitch. Wreck my chat first. Prove you can wreck my chat. Prove you can wreck my chat. And the Discord. Get in VC and Discord and debate my Discord. And if they find you worthy, you can debate me. You fucking bitch. This is prime time hours. You ain't wasting my time. We about to check that Reddit, you understand? You in Discord, then go and debate my community. See how you'll fare, bitch. Then you can get to me. We check this Reddit. This image, I'm fucking saving this shit immediately. Saving immediately. Saved immediately. Instantly. Fucking instantly. Instant save. Based fucking image. By the way, guys, I got a full 8 hours of sleep. This CBD shit worked like a fucking charm. So now we're full maximal super saiyan energy. Super saiyan maximal fucking energy today. You understand? I got them 7-8 hours of sleep. I could run 10 miles right now. I'm charged up, you know what I'm saying? Throughout this week, I had this insomnia. I only been getting 2 hours of sleep a day. But now I'm on Twitch and the power level is unlimited. Factual. Fucking factual. Fucking factual. Nah, man. I have yet to meet another big gorilla. I only get in these tiny monkeys. What's my bench max? I don't do bench maxes. They're for cucks. You only do what you actually do functionally. What I can do of 10, I've only been up to 225 for my reps of 10. But I don't even do flat bench most of the time. I just wanted to see how much I could do. And I probably could have done more. But that was just the most I went up to because I didn't have a spotter. If I had a spotter, maybe I could do more than 225, 10 reps. But I never do flat bench. I only do incline. We have BTTV. We have it. Kami Buddhist, it's going to have to wait after what Sansoy did to us. He fucking got our Twitch banned for a week because he hired some little bitch from his community to spam swastikas and porn and got our stream banned. So no offense, dude. I like talking to you too, but we can't be trusting nobody on this Twitch scene right now, you know? We can't be trusting nobody right now. The shit that Sansoy did was super sketchy. Super fucking sketchy. This whole Twitch scene of political scene is so full of snakes, and they're connected to the alt-right, and they hire them to fucking spam swastikas and pornography and shit. These are nasty, disgusting people. Nasty, disgusting fucking people. Sansoy did not get banned to this day. He's still active on Twitch. He never got banned. But we exposed him on our YouTube channel. I didn't play that video because it blurs out the swastika, but I don't know if it blurs it out enough. But we prove how he was looking at Poggerboy's comment, looking at it down on screen with his cursor hovering over the fucking comment, and he invited him to the fucking call. And he started spamming that shit. So Sansoy knew about it. Then 30 minutes later, after the job was done, he fucking typed, "Hey, don't do that." But only to make it seem like he was disapproving of it when we confronted him with the fact of what he was doing. We got the whole thing on tape. We fucking have it all. We have it all fucking covered. We have it all covered. All these Twitch snakes. Bunch of fucking Twitch snakes. You know what I'm saying? We don't trust nobody. Make it so you could see BTTV. That's a Restream problem, I think. That's Restream's problem. Yeah, go on our YouTube and watch the video Sansol Exposed. By the way, guys, if you look at our fucking Reddit, we got 420 people. Join our fucking Reddit. We don't delete shit from this Reddit. Put whatever you want on it. But if you do some bannable shit, you get banned. Follow the fucking Reddit and Twitch rules. We got a fuck ton of people on this Reddit. You understand? Join this Reddit. If you're based, if you're truly based, you're going to go ahead and join this Reddit. You understand? Join this Reddit. You understand? Join this Reddit. Kill the poor clean. Exactly. Two-party fucking duopoly is gonna fall. We're gonna have the one-party Communist Party CPUSA 2036. Need more Reddit mods? Yeah, we probably will soon. When they say, yes, I'm left-wing. What you hope for, what they mean. Oh, puy alaikum! Puy alaikum! Puy alaikum! Puy alaikum! This disgusting guy. Fucking LARP. Is this NSFW? Exactly. Upvoted. Immediately. American author's take on Chinese versus Western democracy.
Well, when you look at the composition of the Chinese legislature, people come from all walks of life, all different provinces all over China. Some come from the Nongchuan, countryside, some come from the cities. One of the great misunderstandings is that, oh, China's not a democracy. No, China's not a two-party system, but there are many democratic aspects and processes in China's country.
I recommend everybody go on the Reddit and watch this video. We're not going to be able to finish it. Go on the Reddit, watch this based video. It's going to educate you about how China's more democratic than America. Watch this video. America has fake democracy. China has a real democracy. Here we go with the clout chasers on Twitch. Here we go, these clout chasers. They want our clout, guys. They want our clout. They know we're rising. They know we're big. You know what I'm saying? Where they get that bigness about us. You know what I'm saying? They want our clout. They want that clout. They want our clout. You know what I'm saying? Look at these people. You know what I'm saying? Look at these people reacting to us. They want our clout.
Infrared is rising. No. No. I am suppressing the rise.
You ain't doing shit. You know what I'm saying? We rising. We rising. Infrared is rising. Infrared is rising. Infrared is rising. Yeah. We're gonna look. When Caleb comes on, we're gonna be mature, okay? We're gonna have some fun now. Okay? I respect Caleb. I'm not gonna be retarded when Caleb comes, okay?
And now for something completely different. Immanuel Kant is a real pissant who's very rarely stable.
Immanuel Kant was a real pissant who was very rarely stable. Heidegger was a boozy beggar and he come under the table. David Hume could outconsume Friedrich Wilhelm Hegel. Something Schlegel. Man, Jordan Peterson cringe as fuck, man. I'm gonna invent my own song in response. Ready? Jordan Peterson, the biggest bitch on Twitch. If you debate me, not gonna go down like how it did with Zizek. You gonna get C-deck, you know I'm gonna slap you in the face metaphorically. You gonna lose in a debate, and you cannot even see that in a debate, Mr. Peterson. All you could do... What rhymes with Peterson? Nothing. I'm done. I had to beat him in a debate. I had to beat easily. I'm not even kidding. Like, I'm joking right now. We're in character and shit. But, like, seriously, non-ironically, not jokingly, I could fuck him up in a debate. I know more than he does. And anything related to the USSR, to communism, easily. Jordan, I'm coming for you one day. You're going to remember my name. And I don't, in your case, Jordan, I'm not going to respect my elders. Because you know what? You like Steven Pinker. You like them academic, arrogant people who just ain't that smart at all. But they just get, the Time magazine likes them. You know what I'm saying? These celebrity academics. Like Steven Pinker with his dumbass fucking curly hair that looks like Isaac Newton, but it doesn't. He's trying to look like Isaac Newton and shit. Looks like... Isaac Punkman, you know what I'm saying? The intellectual kulak, exactly. You know what I'm saying? Then see, David Hume David Hume ain't out consuming nobody. Shut the fuck up about David Hume. I know you love David Hume, Pinker, and fucking Jordan Peterson. David Hume of course they're gonna make David Hume seem like he's an OG. What'd they say about Heidegger? You disrespectful ass bitch. And you saying Kant's thoughts were rarely stable? Where's your critique of Hume? Cause you scared, cause Kant BTFO'd Hume, you know what I'm saying? He BTFO'd him, you know what I'm saying? And these, I don't want to insult Anglos no more because someone's gonna red pill us about like that whole thing, but you know what I mean by Anglo, right? These type of Anglos still can't deal with what Kant did to Hume. You know what I'm saying? All right. Assad blanket. Fine, I'll vote it. Props to the lack of gatekeep. All right, we got to read this fast. So happy to fresh sports. I throw misunderstood potential. The line most draw is completely unproductive, but where do you put it? Stand by your principles internally, but don't impose barriers on people. That's not how you speak to human beings. Don't ever fucking put a barrier in front of a human being unless they're being personally abusive to you. Otherwise, draw the line in your heart and never compromise it in your heart. And then when you talk to people in a dialectic, in a dialogue, guide them to the correct path, but never fucking throw a line on them and say, no, fuck you, you're canceled, I hate you. Never do that. Draw that line in your own heart. But don't fucking throw it in people's face, because that's your line. That ain't their problem, it's your problem. It's your duty to stick by your line. It ain't their duty, it ain't their problem. Some people are too far gone to ever... Yes, I guess, well, you got to use logic, like, but based on what? You know what I'm saying? Because some people, I don't know, you know, it depends on, like, what is the aim of the conversation? Because you don't have to be like that person who's got to convert everybody ever, you know? Sometimes you should just avoid the topic, like, probably with your parents. Just avoid the topic. You don't have to make everything into a conversation about this. Learn how to be a human being with a personal life. Don't make it all about this shit. You know? Lead by example. Not everybody's going to be a leftist. You're right. So in that case, use your common sense. But how you can judge who is going to be more open to these ideas is based on their real living situation and not their ideology principles. Like a working class guy who's a Republican, much more likely than a fucking arrogant lib. Okay? Even though ideologically that doesn't make sense. But ideology is downstream from real life. Never forget that. Based or cringe? Based. Oh, how cute. Nixon and Brezhnev. I heard about this. I saw this before. We saw this in high school. So listen, 260 viewers. I know we have 200. I'm expecting 300, maybe 400. That ain't easily. You know what I'm saying? We were taking over Twitch before we were banned, and now we're back on course. Now we're Super Saiyan, back on course. And they thought we'd be gone. They thought they would destroy us. And look at us. On our first fucking day back. On our fucking first day back. Look at us. They thought they would stop us. They thought they would stop us. Oh, they thought they would stop us. I'm too loud? Good. Factual. I think Xi Jinping should watch Hamilton. That would be a good starting point to help him figure out how his China lost nearly every... This reminds me of something Kevin Logan would say. This is like some dumb shit Kevin Logan would fucking say. This is actually how Kevin Logan and his fans think. This is who they are, and this is the type of tweets they make. Oh, you must be an idiot and you don't know anything because you don't know Hamilton. You don't follow our Anglo etiquette. You don't fucking, follow the Oxford scholars and their dictionary. And nothing you say is meaningful at all. I'm just going to dismiss you as nonsensical and be an inhuman, disgusting barbarian, just like how the British Empire treated all of humanity because they considered all of humanity to be nonsensical just because humanity didn't fucking conform to their fucking dogmatic and narrow worldview and standards and culture. Kevin Logan, you fucking arrogant bitch. Talking all that shit after you got wrecked. Politely wrecked. Couldn't even answer a single one of my points. Just kept rolling back to, well, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, the peasant thing was the most pathetic on his part. Like, that was a no-brainer. Like, even a fucking 5-year-old could understand what I was trying to say. And it was almost like I was being condescending how polite I was to him. I was like, okay, well, this is why it's similar, Kevin. You know, it's a little bit similar. You know, it's really intuitively self-evident why that's similar. And he's like, but the Oxford scholars don't define it that way. So therefore what you're saying makes no fucking sense. No sense whatsoever. Suck at my dick. This stuff's old, right? CPU. Oh no, it's Coco the Full Metal.
Guys, that's what they're trading.
The Twitch needs to see this.
Trade what?
These are all Twitch streamers. This is all the political Twitch scene. You got here, you got all of them. You got Denims. You got You got Lecture Fan and shit. I know Lecture Fan is in the house. Conservatives on Twitch. Everybody join along and I'm on the bitch we got. I know, and Bastiat, that one lawyer guy.
Guys, that's what they're trading.
Trade what?
All those videos.
We have to do something, and we have to do it now.
You seem to respond to.
Who's that?
Challenge you to a debate. If you challenge me to a debate, fuck. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? We shaking up the Twitch game. Shaking up the Twitch game. All this stuff. This is a fellow traveler. I'll vote it. We already covered that yesterday. Fred Hampton warned against Voshite tendencies. Yeah! Fuck Vosh. Vosh is still scared. Still running away. Oh, that's so cute. Full Metal's wholesome posting now. He's being oddly wholesome. Full Metal, you're being oddly wholesome, bro. You're being oddly wholesome with your posts. Wholesome posting. You know what I'm saying? At least he didn't say socialism is defined by social ends. Because it is, Salamander, you fucking idiot. That's literally what it fucking is. You guys just don't understand Marx's humanism. When Marx talks about human ends, and you're like, what are those ends? What is the content? Marx would say they're just human. He's not giving a predefined content. It's when you think immanent, it's called immanent dialectic. When you think immanently, on a conceptual level, you're getting rid of unnecessarily positive concepts. Like social literally just means social. Like, well, what if those ends mean war? Well, then if you actually analyze it, you realize those aren't social ends. They aren't human ends. And Marx himself in Private Property and Communism, do you want me to read it to you? He literally said human, i.e., or he said social, i.e., human ends. Okay? So yes, socialism just means mode of production defined by the fulfillment of social ends. What those social ends are differs across time and space. You don't know that immediately. That's fucking the point of Marx's humanism. Are you never gonna fucking give up? Never! 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 You guys say, oh, social ends, it doesn't make any sense. Social ends. I'm using the wrong words, you fucking idiot salamander. I'll fucking take you through Marx, through his early works, and you will look like a fucking idiot. Do you not know the meaning of social ends as opposed to private ends? You're such an idiot. That's literally how fucking they used it. That's fucking literally how they, socialists, used it throughout all of history. They would speak of a society that fulfills social ends as opposed to private ones. Everyone fucking knew this, except you breadtube people bringing in unnecessarily additive concepts to the mix when it's actually much more simple. You guys don't understand the immanent dialectic of Marx. Do you know what immanence means? That word, or is that word too big for you? Do you know what that word immanence means? It means it is immanent. Do you want to know why Marx spoke of humanity without actually defining what that humanity was? Because it's a negative concept. It's a concept that delivers you to reality rather than a concept which pretends and postures to possess empirical qualities already latent within it. When Marx says humanity, he really means be open to the humanity that is in front of you. What that's going to look like, he's not saying he knows that. That's why Marx developed his philosophical position first, and then he wrote Capital. Because Capital was the result of Marx's investigation of real humanity in the present tense. He didn't first write Capital and then arrive at his philosophical position. The reverse happened. They think this social ends thing doesn't make any sense. What a fucking idiot. Yes, it does make perfect fucking sense. Of course, the content of social ends is going to be distinct from private ends, but that doesn't mean that content is already predefined in some way. These people are so fucking bird-brained stupid, and they try to talk down to me. They try to talk down to me just because I fuck their girl and I fuck their wife. And they think that makes me automatically stupid. Oh, Haas can fuck my girl. That means he's dumber than me. At least I can console in my pretended intellectual superiority. No, I'm literally smarter than you, and I know more about you than about all of these subjects. Socialism, communism, Marxism. Any day of the fucking week, I'll walk you through it. And you'll look like a fucking idiot along the way. Salamander, I didn't forget your bitch ass, you fucking Sansoy simp. I didn't fucking forget you. Talking all that shit last week. Oh, social ends, it doesn't make any sense, it's nonsense. Have you read anything before BreadTube? Do you literally think BreadTube invented socialism? Have you read anything before fucking BreadTube? Are you familiar with socialism in any capacity before BreadTube? It makes perfect sense! It's in the fucking name! Why is it called socialism and not workers owning the means of productionism? Because they were saying social ends as opposed to the antisocial and private ones that now prevail in liberal 19th century predatory industrial capitalism. They were saying we want a socialism. We want our society to be structured toward social ends. And I'm crazy for saying that? That's what it fucking meant. And literally, I can drag these old farts in the university. Please test me any day of the week. Drag these old farts from the university, and despite that they'll hate how vulgar I sound, and despite how they'll hate how much of a gorilla I am, they will be forced to fucking agree with me. All of the scholars of 19th century history will fucking agree with me that this is what the only fucking consistent thread in this word socialism was the fact that people were contrasting a new appreciation for the fulfillment of society, economy fulfilling social ends as opposed to the antisocial, individual, and private ones that then prevailed. Any fucking day of the week, anyone who questions this shit and tries to doubt me and tries to be like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, I humiliate them. I literally make them feel their stupidity. They feel stupid. Salamander feels like a fucking idiot. Because I combine guerrilla vulgarity with fucking intellectual expertise that they fucking get from the old farts in the university. And they hate that unity of opposites. You don't think I know what I'm doing with this shit? It's a unity of opposites. Vulgarity plus intellect. I combine them both. Let's continue. Alright, this is being... I already downvoted that. Okay. Do we have anything else? PewDie Beast. Full Metal posting.
Often enjoyed it.
Uh-oh. Then why did you claim we live in socialism? Because I was making a provocative point that flew over everyone's head. So now optics-wise, I'm going to de-emphasize this point I've been making. Because people are too fucking stupid to understand what I was trying to say. That's the sorry truth. People are just too fucking stupid to understand it. So optics-wise, I'm going to start de-emphasizing it. Yeah, it did fly over everyone's fucking head. The whole point of we live in socialism is that it's objective and not subjectively. Like, our political superstructure doesn't reflect that fact. Yeah. I'm not going to fucking go down that rabbit hole. Watch my earlier streams, and I explained it a lot. I explained it very thoroughly. I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole again. Yeah, he started out as a philosopher, which freed him from philosophical prejudices. That's what his humanism meant. For Marx, humanism didn't mean I'm going to create a specific, arbitrarily ideal humanity that I want to conform to. It literally meant being open to real material humanity in some kind of way that philosophers were previously foreclosed to. That's what allowed Marx to write Capital without being weighed down by philosophical baggage. But people don't read Marx, and they don't care about reading Marx and finding meaning in Marx's words. They like to gloss over Marx and be like, oh, he was just talking about a bunch of incomprehensible bullshit. It's so stupid. I want to drag Kevin Logan's ugly fucking deformed ogre face through Marx's early writings and see if he can put together the minimum of some kind of meaning. Because I've never seen an Anglo do that, ever. Nonsense, meaningless, nonsense. It's a bunch of nonsense. The Oxford scholars would never agree to this nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It's absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. All mankind is rubbish. All mankind's history and philosophers are rubbish. The Arab philosophers are rubbish. The Persian philosophers, rubbish. All the philosophers in history are rubbish. The ancient Greek philosophers, rubbish. Everyone's rubbish except me. Everyone's rubbish except Steven Pinker. Everyone's rubbish against Noam Chomsky. Everyone's rubbish against the contemporary Anglo-Saxon retards. Suck my dick. Thoughts on... I'm not gonna answer that. Rubbish! It's all rubbish! It's all rubbish! Everything's rubbish! Everything's nonsense! Expelliarmus! Shut the fuck up, Kevin Logan, you bitch. You look fucking stupid to everyone but your fucking fans. It's all rubbish! Anything that doesn't make sense to me must be rubbish! I couldn't possibly be the one who's mentally handicapped and who's not committing themselves to passing through a meaning that's put in ways unfamiliar to myself. I'm just going to say he doesn't know what he's talking about and it's all rubbish. But why didn't you say that in our debate? Because I could have fucked you and demolished you. All you said was, I don't quite follow. Okay, student, you don't quite follow, so hit the books. But you didn't dare say what I was saying was meaningless because you're a pussy. You only said that afterwards. I shouldn't have been so fucking easy on you. I shouldn't have been so fucking easy on that guy. Yeah, it does bother me, honestly. Even though he's a nobody and he uses our name for clout, when someone sent to me that in the Discord, I'm becoming racist against Anglos. But I'm not. But, like, look at his face. And look how he talks. It's so disgusting. It's so ugly and disgusting. The ugliest, most disgusting fucking guy. He's just full of fucking shit. He's full of nonsense. Oh my god. Nothing he say is meaningful. Fucking bluffing bitch. The R word is ableist. I don't give a fuck. Fuck you. Considered picking up mindfulness? Have you ever considered picking up my balls? Alright, we got everything. Holy shit, time flies. It's fucking 5:19. We're gonna talk to Caleb in 30 minutes. Damn, does time fly? Time flies when you're having fun. I honestly thought we would play some Dark Souls before Caleb, but I don't think we're going to have time. But I got Dark Souls 3 downloaded. Everyone who mocks me and is like reacting to our debates, mocking me and shit, you're going to be embarrassed. You're going to be super embarrassed. I do know what I'm fucking talking about, by the way. I actually do. So when you mock me just because it's not familiar to you, you look stupid, by the way. You look fucking stupid. I promise you, a lot of people know what I'm talking about. Did you see this?
And I am taking your viewers, by the way. I am taking your viewers one way or another. I am more entertaining than you. They will like me better than they like you, even if they're not willing to admit it now. I'm simply more entertaining than you, and I have better content than you. You want to keep talking about nothing? You want to get back to substance. And all you fucking do, listen, bitch, if you want to cut me off, you have to be the alpha male. You're not an alpha male, you're a little beta boy. You're not going to cut me off in a debate. So if you want to speak over me, when I'm trying to explain a point, you better have the fucking balls to back it up. You don't, you little soy boy cuck. So shut the fuck up and you let me speak when we have this discussion. Otherwise, you're not going to win this game of dominance. You're not going to win this game of dominance, little boy. You're not.
Everything I said was true, right? It was all true. It was true. It was true. Let's go back to our main show. We got maybe some things to react to before Caleb. I don't know. I'm gonna sit for for the conversation with Caleb, but I just have a lot of energy right now. How about we test Dark Souls before Caleb? Let's test Dark Souls. Let's just like see if it works, you know? Let's just check if it works. Oh my god, this webcam is so fucked up. It's so wobbly. I have to buy a new one. We're gonna test Dark Souls before Caleb. Okay? Be a boom 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 boomerang. Hear him and me, Hannesman. Be a boom 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 boomerang. Be a boom 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 boomerang. Be a him daddy and honest one. Be a boom 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 boomerang. Hear him and me and honest one. Die hier is an. Then I never. I can't play music because it's Twitch. Oh man, Twitch, man. Twitch is super tough, guys. Twitch is super tough. Twitch is super tough. We're gonna like check it out for like 20 minutes. Then we're gonna talk to Caleb. Be a boom boom. What the fuck is not starting? Play it. Be a boom boom boom. Memory could not be written. What does that mean? Oh shit. Guys, did it stop working? Fuck. I'm gonna have to. The Dark Souls just crashed my stream. Hold on. Saved. Dude, I don't know if I should start Dark Souls. There just might not be any fucking memory. Let me check. Task manager. Yeah, memory's at 52% right now, so I gotta end some stuff. Let's see. What's taking up everything? This is tough. I literally don't have memory. Alright. Exit page. Microsoft Edge is fucking crashing. Beep beep kleiner Satellit. Beep beep kleiner Satellit. Wie mein Answer beep beep beep. And ich beep on me. Yes, I'm using Edge. Dude, okay, I'm gonna look up how much RAM do you need for Dark Souls 3. Might crash again. How much RAM does Dark Souls 3 need? 8 gigs. Yeah. Dark Souls needs all 8 gigs of my RAM. I can't play Dark Souls. I just can't. That is super fucked. That is super fucking cursed. That's super fucking cursed. Super cursed, dude. I have to exit out of Discord. And I can't afford to do that. Beep, beep. Fuck my PC, guys. Every PC is fucking sold out. Beep, beep, kleiner Satellit. Mein Herz beep, beep, beep. I can't fucking sing it. Dude, fuck this computer. And fuck this webcam. I gotta buy a new PC and a new webcam. All the fucking PCs are sold out, though. Did you shave for Caleb? No, I shaved much earlier. My computer can't have any more RAM. My computer can't fit more RAM. That's the problem. My motherboard's a piece of shit. It can't even fit more RAM. Yeah, it can't even fit more RAM on this fucking PC. I'm not shaved. It's just that it's sunny. I'm not shaved. What are you talking about? Beep beep Klein. Build my own PC. I don't want to do that. I just don't. Play Minecraft. We can play something, but this sucks, dude. I didn't know fucking Dark Souls. Let me see. Does Dark Souls use all 8 gigs of RAM? Does Dark Souls use 8 gig RAM? Beep beep kleiner Satellit. 16 gigs is fucking garbage. Okay, well Reddit doesn't work. Reddit doesn't even work, guys. I can't even do anything about it. I can't even do anything about it, you know what I'm saying? I can't even do nothing about it, you know what I'm saying? Infrared is back. Infrared is back in the game, you know what I'm saying? We got Caleb coming on in 30 minutes. 30 minutes, you know what I'm saying? 30 minutes, you know what I'm saying? 30 minutes, you know what I'm saying? What should we do in these 30 minutes? I think we should play Halo, just to chill. Let's just chill and play some Halo. So we wait for Caleb. We're gonna chill with some Halo. I really wanted to play Dark Souls, though. I really wanted to play Dark Souls. I'm gonna be honest, guys. We're gonna play Halo to pass the time. Halo did crash, but I'm gonna disable the Anniversary Edition, and that should do it. I think. That should do it. Beep beep kleiner Satellit. Beep beep kleiner Satellit. Bye, Kami Buddhist. Beep beep. No, I'm not gonna draft Caleb. Caleb has his own style. Okay, you gotta respect his style. Okay. It can't just be us, guys. I'm fucking crazy. Like, if you guys ever notice I'm fucking crazy, it can't just be me, dude. Caleb's a normal guy. We need normal people. It can't just be like a guy like me. No one will take us. Like, people take us seriously, but we have to, like, have serious people, you know? Like, I make an ass of myself. I don't care. I admit it. Viewers on Twitch went down. All them bitches left, you know what I'm saying? No one takes you seriously, sorry. Okay, Gorillas and Sons in the chat if Star Slice is wrong. Gorillas and Sons in the chat. I just want to do a test. Gorillas and Sons in the chat if Star Slice is wrong. Let's do a democracy since you believe in democracy, you dumb bitch. You stupid fuck. Oh, these are all my cult members though, right? Fucking idiot, dumb bitch. So are they nobody? They're nobody, Star Slice, you dumb fuck. You look stupid as shit. You look like stupid as fuck right now. You know that? Yeah, you don't. I don't care if you do or not. You said no one does. You think I give a fuck what you think? Fuck you, I don't give a fuck what you think. She thinks I give a fuck, or he thinks I give a fuck, whatever they are. I don't give a fuck what you think. Actually think I give a fuck? Yeah, look at them cope in that chat. Look at them cope. So much copium. So much copium. They're smiling with that copium. Oh, they're copium. Oh, they're copium. Dumb bitch. Cuck. Draft Zizek? I gotta talk to Zizek in private. Not in public. If I ever talk to Zizek. You know? Beep beep kleiner Satellit. All these coping people see, they are coping, can't stop me. Coping people can't stop me. Cope, cope. All they can do is cope. Coping bitches try to debate me. All they do is lose on thing. Coping bitches try to debate me. They are coping so hardly. They are coping so much. Yes, I call this rising. Of course this is fucking rising, you dumb fuck. Of course this is rising. Coping people come to me every time they regret it. Coping people come to me. They are always coping. Coping people come to me. They are always crying. Cope, cope. All they do is get BTFO'd. Coping people come in my chat. Then I talk right down to them. hoping people come to chat. Then I talk right down to them. They feel humiliated and regret having ever come. They are coping now right in my chat. Coping people cope to me. All they do is cope, you see. Coping people come to me. All they do is cope to me. Coping people in my chat. All they do is come to me and give me some extra views. They are talking shit in the chat. But whenever I invite them on, they always sound very soy. Soy boys coping in my chat. All these soy boys in my chat. Coping, seething, seething and coping. Star Slice is the biggest bitch in my chat. Star Slice is a Sansoy fan, and they got BTFO'd. How do you feel that we're back, and we're not going anywhere? How do you feel? How does it feel to know that we're not going anywhere? How does it feel that your attempt to get us banned failed so miserably and we're back bigger than ever? How does it feel, bitch? Oh my god, can this game get any fucking slower? Can this game get any slower? Change Twitch category? I will when I guess you get into the game. Guess what? If I had a good PC, we'd be in the game right now. My PC is shit. And they're all sold out. They're all fucking sold out. We're gonna break into this. We already got Denims trying to, collab with us and shit. Nope. Nope. Sorry, Denims, you had your chance. What? What? I was removed? Yeah, Denims. Who? And we're gonna be on the Real Nimbo Royale on Thursday. Possibly Wednesday. We're gonna be on that show. You know what I'm saying? Possibly Wednesday. Why the fuck does my connection keep getting interrupted? We might have to play campaign. Beep, beep, kleiner Satellit. Mein Herz beat, beep, beep. Und es will noch nicht spielen. Beep, beep, kleiner Satellit. Build a PC. It has to be from Best Buy. My connection was interrupted. Alright, I think it's because the streaming is taking up too much internet. So let me just try Halo 3. Maybe this will work. Beep, beep, kleiner Satellit. Yeah, we're going to be back on that show, The Real Nimble. You know what I'm saying? Beep, beep. Na, 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 na. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these Twitch people. You know what I'm saying? Look at all these Twitch people. They look on Twitch this week. They're all gonna be reacting to us. Infrared's name is gonna be in the title of all of these C tier streamers because that's the only thing that gets them clout. Because we attract clout. You know that? Okay, fuck. We have to play campaign. We attract clout above all. Halo 2 anniversary. Yeah, I'm gonna resume. We're gonna right back where we started from. And dust up your giant nose. Why would this crash? This bullshit crashed. This fucking Halo never works. You would try bed bugs in your nose. Say, this bitch is still in my chat. Hey, wait, Star Slice, who has power, me or you? Who has power? Hey, why don't you take a 5-minute break? Bitch. I just want you to know who has power. You know? You have to be reminded. You should know your place. You should know your place. You understand? Know your place, you little bitch. Talking shit in my chat. But I ban you. And what can you do about it? What can you do about it? Nothing. Nothing, bitch. Mods, every time you see Star Slice, time them out for 5 minutes. Don't ban them, just keep timing them out. They need to know they're being dominated in real time. They need to know they're being dominated in real time. Don't time them out. Damn, Dark Souls really doesn't work. Let's launch Halo again. Beep beep, kleiner Satellit. Na 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 na. Look at the sun shining down upon me. Peter Pantsoff? Yeah, I do, dude. Check our YouTube. Beep beep, kleiner Satellit. Da 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 da. Wait, Star Slice. Star Slice, I can't hear you in the chat. I want to hear more what you have to say. Star Slice, can you please type something? Star Slice, what happened? Wait, guys, what happened to Star Slice? Stream Tinder? No, dude. You need to go check another channel if that's what you're looking for. You know what I'm saying? Wink, wink. Wink, wink. You know, there's another guy who does that. It ain't me. I don't do that shit. But, you know what I'm saying? That Halo 2 anniversary campaign just don't work, huh? What does work? I don't have ODST. Okay, I'll just play multiplayer. Anything. Literally anything. How about that? Game preset. Any. Yeah, I'll just do any. Fuck it. Beep beep, kleiner Satellit. Honey, mein Herz beat. Wait, where's Star Slice? Where's Star Slice? 20 minutes left. Oh my god. All this fucking game does is crash. Fuck MCC, dude. I need a new PC really bad. And they're all sold out. And fuck MCC, by the way. Fuck MCC. Honest to God, fuck MCC. And it's not even showing up on the task manager, so I can't even exit out of it. What a disaster, dude. What a disaster. Okay, I exit out of it. We have 20 minutes left. We can play Oblivion. It's like the only game that works. Could play Half-Life 1, Oblivion, or Far Cry. Far Cry is boring though. No one likes it. Oblivion's kind of a late night game. You guys feel me? Oblivion's a bit of a late night game. It's a bit of a late night game. Apolitical. No, it's not apolitical at all. There's nothing apolitical about it, dude. All right, I'll introduce. No, I don't want to play Oblivion right now. All right, we're gonna try this one more time, but we're just gonna do a campaign. Remember when you said you weren't going to game? No. Oh, stream in 720p to conserve connection. I might have to do that. Oh, because I have to stream Twitch and YouTube. So that's why this shit is giving me a hard time. That's why. More Thought Slime reacts? I don't want to fucking look at that fucking guy. Beep, beep. You guys, don't worry about our views. Our views are only going up, okay? Don't worry about that shit. We're here. You understand? We here. Don't worry. Don't look at the view number. Don't worry about it. Okay? Trust me. Trust me when I say that this game froze again. This damn fucking game. Halo, the Master Chief Collection, End Task. Beep beep kleiner Satellit. There is a surprise game we could play. Yes, the game may destroy and crash OBS. Trust the process. What's this YouTube video? Oh, we got a YouTube video. And I clicked on it and nothing's happening. Oh my god. Bannerlord is 25 gigs? I was gonna play Bannerlord. I thought I already had it installed, but apparently not, dude. Maybe this game works. This game actually might work. Caleb in 15. Beep beep kleiner Satellit. The video's not working. We need Stalin's beatings. Why is everyone spamming me? I doubt you'll run Bannerlord. Sage. I'm downloading something now, but it might take a little bit. It's gonna take, I'm at 2 gigs out of 9 gigs. And it's a surprise game. You should try cloud gaming. Nah, dude, that'll fuck my internet. I only have a finite number of internet, you know?
The Oxford schools would never agree to this nonsense. It's complete nonsense. It's absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. All mankind is rubbish. All mankind's history and philosophers are rubbish. The Arab philosophers are rubbish. The Persian philosophers are rubbish. All the philosophers in history are rubbish. The ancient Greek philosophers are rubbish. Everyone's rubbish except me. Everyone's rubbish except Steven Pinker. Everyone's rubbish against Noam Chomsky. Everyone's rubbish against the contemporary Anglo-Saxon retards. It's a bunch of...
Poggers. That's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Wait, I got a notification. Play that anime. No, I'm not gonna play the fucking anime game. Based. We gotta start getting some connections on Twitch. I don't know nobody on this shit. You know what I'm saying? We need to start getting some connections on Twitch. You know what I'm saying? Some connections on Twitch. Some connections on Twitch. What? Oh, so did someone try to spam us? 17 messages were deleted. What messages? They trying to spam us? See what happens when you try to spam us. The game's downloading now, guys. I can't believe Halo just doesn't fucking work. Rubbish. What are you going to talk about with Moppin? A lot of things. YouTube's not working because my Steam is downloading this game. We're at 4 gigs out of 9 gigs. What happened to the talk shows? I'm going to be back. Who's Bad Bunny? What does she think about Tankies? Draman, what's she think about Tankies? Wait, aren't we banned from her chat? I think I'm banned from her chat. Pretty sure I'm banned from her chat. Sansalt open. Oh my god, YouTube. Right when YouTube doesn't work. We have to react to... Fuck. God damn, YouTube doesn't work. Alright, I have to exit out of this. Emergency. Exit out of Steam. We're gonna react to Sansal's video. If it works. Sansoy's video. Let's see. That little bitch. I'm gonna watch it on stream. If it works. Properties. YouTube. Why doesn't this work? Alright, this fucking browser is not working. What? YouTube doesn't work? Okay. I'm gonna try this again. Microsoft Edge seems to not work. It's not loading. Open a different browser. I might just have to. Why doesn't fucking Edge work? Fuck! I can't even exit out of it. Chrome should work. Alright.
Prove it.
Okay. We're gonna watch this now. This is 10 minutes. Alright, let's watch it.
Sansal is a political Twitch streamer and calls himself a democratic socialist.
So I'm kind of like, I describe myself as like a baby leftist. I guess I'm like a pretty, like, ins,
honestly,
person, yeah.
It makes me trust you more that you're not caught up in all that dumb shit. He puts up the...
So what, dude? I didn't fucking know anything about you until I researched you afterwards, bitch. And you did fucking call yourself a democratic socialist. We're gonna send our reaction stream back to him. This is our response vid.
Appearance of being an extremely woke and politically correct guy. These are the same hypersensitive, cancel culture baiting, virtue signaling leftists you see on a regular basis. Initially, Sansal pretended like he was acting in good faith as just some curious guy who wanted to know more about our views.
I guess like, I'm like pretty new to like the online
Yeah, you were pretending. What, this is debunking me? I'm literally describing how you were fucking pretending. You bitch. You better make a new video response, you pussy, because this one's not gonna cut it.
Sphere. It's like very interesting for me to watch people like engage in discourse. And
Hold on, Aftershock. He does this every single time. Well, you know what? I had a very civil conversation.
Yeah, because I'm talking to your chat, and I could already fucking detect, based on your chat, that you were a snake. So my hostile attitude to you, Sansal, was fucking justified. Especially after we exposed you, your fucking previous stream, saying you want us gone from the platform. Don't fucking act innocent, you little pussy.
With a guy yesterday, I didn't yell fucking once, and his commenters took that for weakness. I gotta beat it into you fucking people, because you don't respect.
Mostly, yeah, but it was justified, wasn't it? Because I could tell from your chat how they were hostile to me, that all you were doing was talking shit about me, and you were acting polite when I came on stream. You could tell a streamer, you could tell how they feel about you based on how their chat feels about you. And this was proven and corroborated, because we have you clipped saying you wanted us gone and deplatformed the fucking stream before.
Respect anything but violence. You don't respect anything but violence. You're not human beings. You don't engage in fucking civil conversations. All you know is violence. That's all you know.
True.
Yeah. So like when I talk to Marxist-Leninists, I wonder about like the.
Let me ask you a question. Are you interested? Good faith. Are you interested in hearing where I'm coming from?
I mean, yeah, that's why I'm talking to you.
Having faced off.
No, you weren't, bitch. The fucking stream before, you said you want us to be fucking deplatformed.
Fucking streamers like Xander Hall, Vosh, Destiny, and even lesser prominent ones like Socialism Done Left. You're asking me to locate a string of words that applies to every single circumstance in every possible fucking way. Listen, Vaughn, let me tell you something.
Okay, and we did fucking destroy him.
Isn't it you're an
not asking for truth. You're just asking for words to describe the truth.
Isn't it, okay, Voss, for example, isn't it kind of curious? Okay, so let's debate about something.
So what's your point, dude? Everyone was fucking wiped the floor with.
Who do you think was a better fighter, Naruto or Sasuke?
No, let's debate about something
This was a fucking fragment from the Destiny thing. You forgot about the Russia stuff, dumb bitch.
real politically.
So you Bruce's cucks don't fucking understand. You don't understand that just because the subjective is part of objectivity and human belief is part of the objective world, that doesn't mean that human belief benefits what it in itself.
Yeah, that was a critical point that he got wiped the fucking floor on with. Now, didn't he? Didn't he? He couldn't fucking respond. He had no response.
Proceeded to ambush me into having a debate with him about so-called Chinese imperialism.
You can leave it at whatever point you want to, buddy. I also need to go to bed. I have work early in the morning.
You wanted to make a mountain out of a molehill. You wanted to turn a friendly casual conversation into a debate. You made it a war, dude. You did.
You were the one that got upset about something.
What did I get upset about? You fucking escalating it into a debate is what I got upset about. And I caught you as a snake, and my fucking intuition that you were a fucking snake was 100% corroborated. Oh, but you forgot about that part, didn't you?
Because you turned it into a debate.
How did I turn it into a debate? I just like question something, and like the second you have anything challenge your worldview, you lose your fucking.
No, it wasn't about challenging my worldview. You randomly fucking ambushed me with a fucking article that I had no fucking idea about. You didn't give me time to research anything independently. You didn't give me time to prepare for a debate. You just fucking ambushed me with some shit without giving me any time to look at what you were talking about. I wasn't even able to look at what you were talking about. You fucking bitch. You tried to ambush me. And that's proven by the fact that you brought on your buddy Dylan Burns, you pussy.
Mind.
He brought up evidence he already prepared for about matters I didn't have time to investigate independently, like a Chinese company's dealings with the Sri Lankan government over a port. This was bizarre.
I just had a link thrown at me that like Sri Lanka wants to undo.
Okay, from your chat. Okay, so you're saying you weren't prepared for it. It was your chat doing it. Okay, so why are you just getting random shit from your chat to throw at me then, you fucking moron? And you were fucking talking shit about me because I was doing the same thing in response to you.
A deal to lease the port, a port to China for 99 years.
I managed to pretty easily corner him, and he found it necessary to bring in a larger streamer, Dylan Burns, to come to his aid.
Hold on, one second. There's another streamer, a larger streamer than I, that wants to come in, because he wants to elucidate on this. Okay, with that, Dylan Burns.
He's an expert on Sri Lankan.
Well, he's a foreign policy guy.
What am I gonna say? No? I don't back out of shit, bitch. But you did still force this upon me. I'm not gonna fucking back out, but don't fucking act like, oh, it was my choice. Of course we're gonna have to take any challenge that's thrown at us on the spot, because I want your chats to know that we're gonna dominate you, like we do dominate you.
Like that's like what he's known for. So
okay, Dylan, educate us about Sri Lanka. Okay. This was probably the easiest debate I've ever engaged in.
China's talking about water. Israel took people's land and kicked them the fuck off.
Buddy, listen.
So what? I was screaming. It was easy as fuck. It was easy as fuck, even though I was yelling, because you kept me up, bitch. It was the easiest fucking debate I've ever been in. Just because I was yelling doesn't fucking say anything about that, about how easy it was for me. All you're talking about is how pissed off I was at both of you personally, because of how fucking stupid you were.
If you keep on deep-throating your mic, we're gonna have to
You're fucking idiot. That's it, bitch. I'm in fucking law school. I know how cuck lawyers think. You lawyer-like people create problems.
I thought you were a lawyer.
I'm nothing. I hate them. I hate lawyers.
Absolutely.
How is that a fucking own, by the way? You don't have to, yeah, you can say I fucking hate, dude, most lawyers probably hate lawyers too. It's not a fucking own you're getting at. Oh, how ironic. Yeah, dude, that's how the world works.
And unambiguously demolished.
Are you saying that Chinese ships have never been near the Scarborough Shoal? Because that's an example of Chinese ships going somewhere and harassing their people.
But guess what? China is claiming it has historical claims to that territory.
Okay, so who cares?
I care. I'm saying I care.
Why do you only care about what China thinks when everybody else in the fucking world is saying like, no, there's like really no reason, there's no historical reason. What about Filipino?
Because these people were so fucking stupid in this debate, and that's why they fucking got the floor wiped with them. They're so fucking stupid. The whole point about China's historical claims bearing significance isn't just because abstractly they have historical claims, it's the concrete substance and content of those historical claims. Before British colonialism and the colonial era, the historical tradition was that there had to be a fee based on respect, paying respect to the Chinese civilization by other civilizations, and there was a mutual understanding about how things worked in the South China Sea. The only thing that upset this balance between civilizations and this long-standing historical order was British colonialism and European colonialism, which completely fucking overthrew and liquidated the historical tradition. and established a world order on a new basis. How were the British justified in establishing that world order, that liberal world order, which talks about blank check sovereignty of states? You can't justify the primordial basis of that world order in the first place. So that's the substance and content of the fucking historical claim. That's why it fucking matters, you fucking idiot.
What about the Filipinos? What about the Vietnamese? What about Myanmar? What about Brunei?
Yeah, but guess what? Those people, for better or worse, like, I already watched the fucking debate. It's on his channel. I already covered this.
What about Taiwan? All these other countries.
Yeah, exactly. These other countries have...
He had to put text. Dude, you got blown the fuck out.
The right to...
Those other countries are operating under the American-led global order. Like
Vietnam?
Yes, it is. No, dude, you're a fucking idiot if you don't know about the fact that Vietnam aligned itself with the US with the TPP trade deal against China, encircling China. Maybe it's different right now as we speak, but yes. Dude, this idiot doesn't know about the softening of US-Vietnam relations on the basis of antagonism toward China. You're a fucking idiot, dude. You don't know anything about the recent history of geopolitics.
Vietnam is...
To the extent that Vietnam is opposing China, yes.
So any country that opposes China is just a shill for American world order, and they're not doing it for their own sovereignty or anything.
It's not what I fucking...
Yes, because of how humiliating this...
Yes, dude, that's not what I fucking meant. That's not what I fucking meant. It's not necessarily that they're a shill directly, but yes, they are benefiting from US-led world order. That's why I said to that extent, yes. You fucking bad faith bitch.
Was for both of them, they decided to derail the conversation in order to mock me and abuse me personally. Listen, you Western Anglo retarded rotted brain. These two failed to stand.
Yeah. And why did I say that? Why did I start saying that, huh?
A chance against me. So now we find ourselves in a situation where it's 1v9.
So what? Yeah, you were trying to fucking personally attack me, and you got fucked up.
Are you giving us the rights to this?
Please keep on coping.
Like, holy fuck, this really is a modern warfare.
You can't respond. Keep on fucking coping.
Yes. Keep like some binaural. It was like some binaural beat shit here.
I know. I feel like my brain is being stimulated.
I was overwhelmed with an impassioned rage. The type of people Sansal, a supposedly left-wing and woke streamer, brought on were almost all decidedly sociopathic and amoral personalities.
That's why I'm like asking. Like, do you think that the Holodomor is
Yeah. So that makes me sociopathic because I'm denying fucking propaganda about the Soviet famine of 32 and 33. The whole fucking point is that it's a lie. That doesn't fucking mean I'm personally sociopathic. Meanwhile, the way you and fucking all of those people were acting in that call betrayed a personality of a fucking sociopath. You stupid bitch. You think that just because you disagree with me on a historical subject, that's a blank check and that's a warrant to act like a fucking sociopath and dismiss me as a human being? You're a fucking idiot, you fucking dumbass. You're used to doing that with conservatives who have the most minor disagreements with you and dehumanizing them on that basis. It's not gonna fly with me, bitch.
Is a thing, or like the Uyghur genocide or anything like that. These are like the biggest things right now that we can talk about that people say.
If you mean there was an intentional genocide of Ukrainians, yes, it's a lie. Regarding Uyghur genocide, yes, it's a lie. Decidedly sociopathic and amoral.
What is so amoral or sociopathic about that? Have you ever bothered to actually contest my point? Caleb's gotta come. Maybe we can finish this, but I want to have this be one clip, so let's finish it.
One of these streamers, going by the name of Poggerboy24 on Discord, a close associate of Sansal's, decided that since his favorite streamer failed to defeat Infrared in a debate, that he was going to directly attempt to get our stream banned off of Twitch.
Yeah, that wasn't unread though. Just because there's a line there doesn't mean you didn't read it, you fucking idiot. It's on stream. He's trying to say that because this red line is here, this proves it wasn't read. You're a fucking liar. You're a fucking liar. We see your eyes looking down and looking at it.
Polar's world, he's actually transcended language.
Watch the cursor. Yeah, it's right down there. So you're saying you couldn't see what was below the red line? You couldn't see what's below the red line? Red line is there. That means it isn't on my screen. Yeah, exactly. What a liar.
Trying to communicate with us right now. Something beyond words.
This is the language of the tankies.
Yeah, and just to like...
Okay, let's read the time. 3:27 a.m.? This is 4 a.m. You're a liar, dude. This was 30 minutes later after it was too late. First you brought him on to do this. After he did the job, you tried to cover your fucking ass. You fucking liar. Is he in the chat? Sansoy's in the chat?
Just to like, this will be like the last time I say this right now because like I have a segment planned out to like address all of this, but just for Mr. Kaddefi's benefit here. You saw Power Boy's comment saying he will spam porn to ban infrared and you added him right after. Yeah, no, I don't like when that screen cap came out, I was like, I don't remember seeing that shit. I am like super open when I
You're a liar. We caught you though. We caught you on screen. There's nothing you could do to worm your way out.
am disappointed in someone or if I'm going to ban someone, I'll give like the exact reason. So I'll be like 100% transparent with that. Like I fucked up by not reading that message. That's on me, right?
You did read it. We caught you reading it. Just because there's a red line doesn't mean you can't see it.
It's on me.
It just means you didn't see it before. That's how it works on Discord. You're such a fucking liar.
To then ban that person from my community because that's like fucking shitty behavior and I won't tolerate that shit, right? So yeah, I don't know how the fuck I missed it when I first opened up the thing. I think that my eyes were up here, the comment was down there. Well, I guess you guys can't see me pointing at the screen, but yeah, I think I just added in without reading that part of it.
Oh, how could you not have read it when you just admitted your cursor was right fucking next to it? You fucking liar.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, I managed to smuggle in a few of Infrared's people into the call. A heated discussion was proceeding about China, and one of our members, being from China themselves, wanted to chime in. Watching the following clip, the way in which Sansal's friends decided to treat him behind closed doors.
I think it's pretty based. I think it's sweet. It's pretty based. I don't know. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but the general content is pretty based.
Okay, if you didn't listen to the whole thing, like you don't get to fucking have an opinion. You don't.
No, I think I get. I do get to have an opinion. I know much more about CCP than you do.
Look how the Chinese.
I know about CCP way more than.
There's nothing ableist about this, you fucking idiot. He wasn't stuttering because he had a disability, but because English was his second language. Everyone sees how self-evidently fucking racist your bitch friend Samantha's conduct was.
You never do. What are you doing?
Shut the fuck up, you little cunt, bitch!
Like your friends are stuttering dumb shit.
They're the first ones to jump on board with canceling people for.
That has nothing to do with stuttering. You tried to worm your way out of the racism by just saying, oh, I was being ableist, which is slightly less cancelable. What a fucking lie.
The most minor of offenses.
I fucking do. Bitch fucking neck. What are you doing?
Okay, and look what you were fucking doing.
Hey, listen up, cuck. English isn't my first language.
Fuck your face up, bitch!
Bring it.
Switch TLS, buddy. You're gonna get yourself banned.
Bring it. You should love me, you fucking genocide.
Okay, so what? So what I meant was that hypothetically, in an abstract situation that is beyond the realm of possibility, you fucking idiot.
Deny her.
Prove I meant otherwise. You snake.
Genocide. What genocide?
I didn't get any sleep that night.
Yeah, what genocide? I'm still saying what genocide. I'm still saying what genocide. What Uyghur genocide? That makes me a sociopath because I'm questioning your fucking sources? You fucking idiot. What genocide? There is none. You can't win in a debate about me with this. You can make a response video trying to do your best to pull up sources, which is what you're going to do. But in a one-on-one debate, I will knock your sources down one by one.
I stayed in that call until everyone else left, around 9 a.m. You might think that is crazy, but I wanted to make a point. Sansal and Dylan
fuck up.
Burns' community is attempting to dig dirt on us and even alluded to planning on spamming our Discord with illegal material.
Didn't happen, but I have the recording of you guys alluding to it. So we're gonna, maybe I'll release that and we'll see. I unironically don't understand what is happening in this picture. Don't worry. He said he has a copy, so let's see if he linked it. Okay, he admitted he has it. Okay. Link to the full VOD. Alright. Download this VOD, guys. Download this fucking VOD. Download this VOD. Download this VOD. Download this VOD. Download this VOD. Okay, I'm sorry, Caleb. I'm so sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. Alright. Let me open up Chrome. Edge, I mean, is where my email is logged in. Alright. Let me zoom. Okay. Alright. Shit. Or Okay. Alright. Alright. Okay, let me see. Invite, copy invite link. Alright, I sent him the link now. Alright, let me set this up. So, window capture, properties, Zoom meeting, okay. Main show, what is going on? Alright. Oh, it's down here. Okay. It's down here. So, hold on, guys. I'm fixing the zoom. Actually, oh man, he's not gonna be able to see me though. Trying to capture this. Hold on, he's in the thing. Why is Zoom not working? Properties, Zoom meeting. Okay, this works. Remove. Yes. Zoom. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is it right here. All right. Take this. Oh, wow. Look how big the zoom is. Jesus. Damn, dude. What happened? All right. Transform. Fit to screen. What the fuck? Look at this. Flip vertical. No, fuck. Flip horizontal. Okay. And then we're going to bring this down. And we're going to bring this down here. Okay, I think this is it. All right. Alright, let me remove the video capture device. Remove. Or maybe I could just disable it. Properties. Deactivate. Okay. Now it works. Okay. Sorry guys for this technical difficulties. It's starting the video. Alright. Sorry for those technical difficulties, guys. It's good. It's working. All right. There we go. Alright. Oh my god, damn it, dude! Everything fucks up! Okay. Damn it, man. This is such bad luck and bad timing that Sansol released this video. Alright, fuck. Okay, I think I got it. Alright. Hi, hey, what's up? I'm really sorry about this technical difficulty stuff. I just, yeah. Oh, can you hear me?
You're muted. I can't hear you.
Oh, shoot. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry about this technical difficulty stuff. It's been a rough day.
All good. I've got plenty of unnamed diet beverage right here, so.
Yeah, that's cool. So what's up? I think I just saw on Twitter you were talking with like Galloway and them just now.
Yeah, went on George Galloway's show. It's evening for them, but it was afternoon over here. Just a nice afternoon chat about what's been going on in U.S. politics. I've seen you've been doing your usual thing and BTFOing some of the creeps who get in your Twitch stream. So there you go, right?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's pretty much the fact that, the way I like to see it is that if you look around now and see what are people's main barrier to entry to becoming or, being associated with socialism and all this kind of stuff. And unfortunately, right now, the people monopolizing that are what is called loosely breadtube, right? They're really defining what it means to be a socialist right now in America, I think.
Yeah, I mean, and it's shocking to me. I mean, the communist and socialist movement has been cursed by reformists and sellouts, since its inception. What shocks me about these people is that they've developed a model that in no way challenges neoliberalism. You watch these debates when the Reason Foundation and Jacobins sit down, and the Reason Foundation repeats every anti-communist lie. And the Jacobin people get up and they say, oh, that's all true. And we totally agree. We don't want state socialism. We just want to start a worker cooperative with all our friends. And then the libertarians go, oh, we have no objection to that. Go start your worker cooperative. We don't care. And so they both just kind of embrace each other on this agreement that the state should leave Americans out to dry. And that's what's happening right now. I mean, you look at Texas, where the power grid collapsed. I mean, you look at so many people unemployed. I mean, the state has an obligation to intervene here. And you go back through the history of social democracy, all the reformists and sellouts understood that they at least made some demand. But this idea that socialism is just this voluntary worker cooperative, this has been around for years, right? Yeah, collective capitalism, cooperative capitalism, employee stock ownership programs. There's nothing revolutionary about this, right? I mean, in a socialist society, something like Huawei that's got worker ownership and such, profit sharing might be a good idea. But the notion that we shouldn't be demanding a government that fights for the working families, and that we should just be sitting back and begging some foundation to give us money to start a worker-owned pencil factory. I mean, it's really disturbing. I mean, they've taken everything revolutionary out of Marxism. And they've just turned it into a way that they can kind of celebrate their liberalism and keep fighting the culture wars. And that seems to be what they're really concerned about, is these culture wars. People can be left out starving and hungry, and the country can be falling apart. But my goodness, don't say anything that might be slightly possibly perceived as transphobic. Don't dare shake hands with anyone who voted for Donald Trump, because that's what they're really concerned about. They're waging this culture war, that you better be on the right side of. Who cares if Americans are suffering and starving? Who cares if they launch a new war against China or against the Iranians? It's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous. I'm shocked at how horrifyingly liberal these people are.
Yeah, I mean, it's very bizarre because what appears to me to be the situation with the so-called American left is that when it comes to the narratives about history that you were talking about, and when it comes to this, this culture war nonsense, where, now don't get me wrong, I would like to take the progressive position, I guess, when it comes to the culture war. I'm not myself a transphobic person. I don't think you are either. But this idea that it's on the basis of these cultural differences that you're going to completely declare people, enemies, and draw points of distinction like that you would how should I say, that they would use in war, like an enemy combatant or something, is absurd. But what I think this all goes down to, the common thread that unites all of this, is the embedded and entrenched institutional power of the Democrats, the deep state, the people funding all of these think tanks and foundations and universities pushing propaganda and lies about the history of the 20th century and the present. And you can now very clearly see that The so-called American left presupposes this as its foundation. It's its point. It's its point of departure, and all it's doing is creating this kind of ornamentation, supplementing it. But they're not actually fundamentally challenging these premises. And I think what is so imperative for anyone calling themselves a socialist, even if they hold, reformist views, if you're going to call yourself a socialist, it is imperative that you target these fundamental premises that these synthetic leftists actually take for granted, bolster, and ascribe ornamentation to.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's was pretty big in my development, to realize that, every day in the United States, whenever the topic of communism comes up, we are told, well, it failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It just doesn't work. I mean, it's a good idea, but it just doesn't work. Look, the Soviet Union fell. Clearly, it just failed. I mean, it just never worked anywhere. And that's so obviously false. I mean, it's you don't have to have a degree in economics. You don't have to be like a historian to know it's false, okay? Look at Russia before the communists came in. Look at Russia now. Look at China before the communists came in. Look at China now. Look at Cuba before the communists came in. Look at Cuba now. I mean, it's like, duh. I mean, it's so obvious. Who were the first people in outer space? Who defeated Hitler? I mean, who have the biggest power plants in the world, and who have the biggest telecommunications manufacturers in the world? 800 million people in China lifted out of poverty. I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, how do these people believe this, right? But it's just something you're told over and over again in the United States. Well, communism failed everywhere. It's just never accomplished anything. It just never got anything done. And they just drum this into your head. It's actually, it's the big lie, in Hitler's Mein Kampf. He talks about how, like, people, if you tell a little lie, people will question you. But if you tell a big lie, a lie that is so huge, right, and that people, and you just repeat it everywhere, people just can't fathom that it wouldn't be true. And this lie about communism never achieved anything. I mean, it was just completely unworkable. I mean, that's such a lie. It is such a lie. And once you take that apart, everything falls down like a house of cards. But this lie is so central to what they believe. And that's why I'm a tanky. That's why I will not disavow being a tanky. That's why I'm proud to be a tanky, because I think you have to be a tanky. If you're going to believe in socialism in the United States, you have to be a tanky. You have to go up against this. It comes up in every debate. Bernie Sanders is on there. I think that we should raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour because we need to do that. And then the person interviewing will be, well, what about Stalin? I mean, Stalin tried to raise people's wages, and millions of people died, and they all starved, and it was miserable. Oh, we can't do that. Why, it was Stalin and Mao and Pol Pot, and I mean, it's just like, if you can't go up against this basic narrative, the myth of the 20th century, you can't go up against that. You really have nothing to stand on. All economic discourse in the United States centers around this big lie. And if we can't combat this big lie, we got nothing. So I'm a tanky. I'm a tanky till the end, and that's the fact. Look, if you want to talk about a system that's failed everywhere it's ever been tried, try neoliberalism, right? The idea that we should just cut government spending, right? We can cut our way into economic growth, right? There's this magical thinking that if you cut the jobs of government workers, you lower, subsidies, you cut off social programs for low-income people, magically the economy just starts to do better because taxes go down or something. Well, look at the Soviet Union after the fall of the Soviet Union. They tried that, and it completely destroyed the place. They tried that in Chile under Pinochet, and it completely destroyed the place. They tried that in Bolivia. They tried that in Venezuela. Like, every South American country tried that in the 90s. It destroyed the place. And we've been doing that here in the United States for decades, and the country's falling apart, not surprisingly. So, you want to talk about an idea that's failed everywhere it's ever been tried. It's funny because I say that, everything they say about us is actually true about libertarians, right? Libertarians, you say to them, hey, Chile was destroyed by your policies. People have been, we've had capitalism for hundreds of years. We haven't ever produced this free market utopia they want. What do they say? Oh, it just wasn't real capitalism, right? It wasn't real capitalism, right? And then you say to them, oh, Pinochet and how many people, 30% unemployment, children starving. They don't care how many people have to die in order to carry out their ideological project. Profit must rule. Greed is good, and they really do not care about the pile of dead bodies that their system has produced. Everywhere neoliberal free market economic reforms are implemented, the country falls apart, it's wrecked. This happened with the British Empire back in the 1800s. They did it in India, they did it in China, they did it in country after country after country, and it happened once again in our time when this Adam Smith psychopathy that they call economic teaching, became introduced around the world. And it's horrifying to me because if you're against capitalism, this is what you're against, right? You're against this notion that we should leave the basic important things people depend on, like jobs and healthcare and education, to the magic of some invisible hand. That's completely what you should be opposed. And the fact these bread tubers, they don't even have the courage to stand up to that. It's like, oh, we agree with that. We just want to make a worker cooperate. It's like, give me a break. Give me a break. The emperor has no clothes. He's walking around naked, and it takes, you and me and the rest of, the tankies of this world to stand up and say it. The emperor has no clothes. He's walking around naked. He looks like a fool. The world is on fire, and there's an obvious solution, which is, reviving statecraft. The notion that the government has a duty to serve the people, right? This is pretty basic, right? The notion that the government shouldn't just sit back and let the country fall to shambles, but we should instead have a government that fights for working families, build up the country, make people smarter, don't make people stupider, right? Make people more industrious, unleash people's creativity and talents. How many people are sitting at home, right, watching this now, are full of so much potential, right? They're ready to go out and work. They've got a degree, maybe they got student debt. They got so much they could go out and do, but because some capitalist can't make money from hiring them, they're stuck. And they're stuck, living a life where they're stuck in low-wage jobs. They feel useless. Their family's on their ass saying, hey, when are you going to get your life together? It's a tragedy, right? It's a tragedy what this system has done. Many young people are angry about it. And it seems like there's this big effort now to make sure that the only people that are able to capture that anger are the alt-right and white supremacists. That's basically what RedTube is trying to do. They're trying to say that if you talk about economic suffering, you must be a Nazi, right? That's class reductionism, right? That's what they're trying to do. They're giving a huge gift, right? It's like there's millions of young people that are angry about economic issues, and RedTube is saying, you know what? Oh, Richard Spencer and neo-Nazis, you can have them, right? And we're going to castigate and shame anyone in our movement who tries to actually address these issues. And we're just going to hand all those people to you. Here you go. It's a beautiful gift. Vosh, Skippy the Bear, Thought Slime, whatever you want to call him, right? What is this? The Surfer Kid, Surfing USA, whatever that loser is, right? These people are the best friend actual white supremacists and neo-Nazis ever had by making working class people that are angry and want economic justice basically feel like they don't belong in the socialist movement, to make socialism part of a war on working class people, not something mobilizing them to fight for their rights. That's a huge gift to actual Nazism and actual fascism. No question about it. Right? If I was Richard Spencer, if I was the white nationalists and white supremacists, I would be paying these clowns to be on there representing socialism. They are every caricature that the right makes about socialists and communists. That's not real socialism. Oh, you're a racist. People are racist, right? Obviously, but if you just call somebody a racist, right? If you just say you're racist, you haven't accomplished anything. Prove to them that they're a racist. Show them how their position is racist, right? Show them how they're wrong. But if you just call somebody a name, you've accomplished nothing, right? In the real world, if you just call somebody an ist or a phobe, you haven't accomplished anything. This cancel culture, it's juvenile, it's childish, it's thought stopping, it's trying to prevent people from really engaging with the issues that you and I talk about on our streams. That's what's going on. I've had it up to here with BreadTube, with Jacobin, with all these phonies, right? We need a government of action to fight for working families.
Yeah, that was really, you took the words right out of me. But, one of our taglines of our kind of new brand is Marxism-Leninism in the age of multipolarity. And one of the things that I think is so important about that is the things you've mentioned about the way in which the history of the 20th century and even the contemporary world is distorted by this establishment and these institutions. Well, a lot of people look at guys like me and you, and they say these are ideologists, right? They're ideologues. But if you just go to Russia and you just go to China and talk to random people on the street, they're going to tell you things and they're going to express beliefs without any ideological barrier to entry whatsoever that completely contradict. Like, you'll realize just how much we here in America have this ideological bubble imposed upon us, whereas for other people, they live and breathe like it's nothing without having to have any brainwashing whatsoever. Basic, self-evident, basic, normal, they get on with their lives normally without having to care about any of this kind of myth-making. So it's quite staggering. You know, you don't have to be this kind of ideologue who just fanatically believes in Marxism, Leninism, like, as some kind of evangelist or some kind of, psychotic. The element of multipolarity to us is basically just humbling oneself as an American, just to learn from other people's perspectives. And just doing that alone will give Marxism, Leninism an openness and a richness that's easily contrasted to the type of LARPing and kind of cultural nonsense that is kind of typical to a lot of people identifying with it here in the States. Another thing I'm really glad you mentioned is how talking about being, tankies or whatever and defending the record when it comes to lies and distortions being put about the history of the Soviet Union and China and elsewhere has a decisive and practical significance even to the real existing progressive, or I don't know if the progressive cause is dead in America per se. The one that opposed Obama for Medicare for All and stuff, but something vaguely like that, it has decisive significance. A lot of these breadtube people will reproach me by saying, well, by calling yourself an ML, you're, scaring people away. And I tell them, if they're willing to call Joe Biden a communist, you have to own up to this history and you have to give a counter narrative to the one the establishment is giving. If you don't have a counter narrative, you're proving you're not able to build up a counter force to their actual power that prevents us from having a $15 minimum wage and Medicare for all and things like that. This whole thing about the neoliberal austerity politics, this synthetic left, as you mentioned with cancel culture, perfectly supplements this logic that somehow as human beings, there's too much of us in the world. We're being in the world all a bit too much, and we have to kind of limit ourselves with political correctness, and we have to feel guilty about the fact that we like hamburgers, and we have to eat it's all this kind of it's kind of the same pathology, and it's a fundamental, deep-rooted Malthusianism, I think. That the synthetic left is especially is reinforcing. But I mean, at the level of government, it's self-evident that the neoliberal establishments and ideologists for decades and decades, despite all the failures that you're talking about, they were able to ignore that just because of how ideologically potent this idea that we need to feel guilty about our humanity. We have to, where there's too much of us in the world, we have to cut back. We have to always feel guilty. We can't have a sense of the realization of our latent potentials and power and the unleashing of the forces of production, so to speak. I think this corresponds, if I were to sum it up, to some type of objective decline of liberalism. And to me, this decline of liberalism has led it to some kind of state of self-contradiction and psychosis.
Sure. I mean, there's a lot that I can react to. I mean, as far as like the mindset here in the West, my whole life I've heard people say, this is the greatest country in the world. This is the greatest country in the world. America is the greatest country in the world. And if you so much as ask people, how did you come to this conclusion? Are you saying we have the most money? And they look at you like, you must be brainwashed. You don't think America is the greatest country in the world? You must be brainwashed. And I mean, and you go around like people in this country can't find their country.
Wait, sorry. My application is frozen. Uh-oh, what is going on? Oh no, man, my fucking screen just blanked out. Hello?
Hey, I'm here.
This stream might have... good thing I recorded this conversation, but... Let me see. Neat feed. Go live again. Oh, wait, what happened? Stream is working? The stream is fine. Okay. Then my OBS has frozen. It's completely frozen. I think this might be a problem with Microsoft Edge.
Okay.
I'm so sorry about this, man.
Hey, no worries.
One moment. Alright. Okay, just go? Okay. Yeah, OBS has frozen completely, but if it's still working, we can... Okay, yeah. Alright, sorry about that.
Sure thing.
Continue, yeah. Sorry about that.
No, it's just, I mean, we can't find our country on a map. I mean, the education is so low here. And we're told that all around the world, these people that are in anti-imperialist countries, they're all just brainwashed. You know, they've all just been brainwashed. But it's like they can find their country on a map. They understand the views that Americans have. And they also understand the views of their own government, and they can compare them. Whereas here in the United States, people have no idea about the opposing viewpoints around the world. So, I mean, this brainwash hysteria in the United States is quite ridiculous. I mean, it's a huge amount of projection. That's what I would say about that. And that, yeah, I mean, you know, and when you talk about the need to not be, just kind of, overly ideological. Look, there's plenty that we need to learn. I think the Cultural Revolution in China was a disaster. I think Deng Xiaoping's economic reforms were absolutely necessary. I think that there are non-Marxist Leninist forms of socialism in the world, like Ba'athist Arab socialism, like Bolivarianism. And that, we don't need to get bogged down in like the really, really nitpicky ideological debates of the 20th century, right? Who was better, Enver Hoxha or Nikita? I mean, I don't get. I'm kind of done with that kind of stuff, But at the same time, we can learn the lessons, right? I mean, I tell people that if we want to make a better country, right? If some other country was making a good car, we would look into it, right? If some other country was making a more efficient way of developing energy, we would look into it. So why wouldn't we look into a better political and economic model? And that we should study all of it, but blindly follow none of it, and try to figure out a model that can work for this country and how we can get ourselves out of the crisis over here. And when you talk about Malthusianism, really what it gets down to is this, right? You got to imagine a game, right? A game of King of the Mountain, where every kid's trying to get to the top of the hill. So one kid gets to the top of the hill and he announces, "Oh, game over! I'm at the top of the hill." That's what Malthusianism is, right? The Western imperialists, they control the oil markets. That's their main way of dominating things, is with the oil markets, right? We have an oil-based economic order. So they're at the top of the hill, and they've announced, our fuel source, oil, that we happen to control, is polluting the world. So you know what? Human development has to end here while we're at the top of the mountain. We'll stay at the top of the mountain, and we'll stay on oil. We're going to keep an oil-based economy, but everyone needs to stop developing because we're at the top of the hill. And that's what's basically been announced. That's the Malthusian viewpoint, right? That there's just, human history must stop because we're ahead, right? We quit while you're ahead. Well, we're ahead. We're at the top. We're winning the game. So human history, game over, right? And what's particularly eerie about that is that it's just kind of a basic need of human beings to survive. Is human beings want to grow, right? Human beings want to expand. They want to have more than they had before. They want to work hard for something. They want to have a family. They want to have children. But when you introduce the Malthusian pessimism into the conversation and you say, well, we all have too much and we all need to be poorer, you're basically, with those words, you're basically trying to kill people. I mean, that's what depression is, the mental illness of depression, right? When people cannot go forward, they lose their will, their drive to go out and do things in the world. Their body just kind of shuts down. That is depression. That is what drives people to become suicidal. And so when they announce, every day, it's coming out of your cell phone, every day, out of your cell phone, out of your computer, the Malthusian, there is no future. There's too many people in the world. Human beings are a cancer. This stuff is actively killing people. It is toxic. It is poisonous. And look, the nature of humanity, human beings are tool makers. We're creative creatures. We have the ability to march forward and to advance. And because they're at the top, they've announced that we can't advance anymore. Look, climate change is a reality. I don't deny climate change. The answer to climate change is obviously getting off of fossil fuels. We need a higher fuel source. We need fusion energy. I mean, when Vladimir Putin called for international cooperation, China, Russia, and the United States to come together to get fusion energy like yesterday, that is what needs to be said. We need fusion energy. We need to get off of the trap of the oil markets and natural gas and all of that. We need to get into a higher mode of technology. Plus, we need to start, expanding into outer space. Look, China's already getting helium-3 from the moon. We need to figure out how to extract resources from Mars. We need to figure out how to not limit humanity to just this planet, right? We need to start exploring stuff. Before John F. Kennedy was killed, Kennedy was bad in a lot of ways, but before he was killed, a lot of people don't know this. He called for there to be a joint moon mission between the USA and the Soviet Union. Can you imagine that, right? And he wanted the Soviet Union and the United States to team up to go to the moon. Not a space race, but a space cooperation. Imagine if something like that could be arranged today. That's the kind of thinking we need, right? We need progressive thinking, not this game over economic pessimism, there is no future stuff. And, it's one thing in the first world to say, oh, we've got too much. I don't agree with that. I don't think we have too much. I think a lot of working families around here are suffering. But to go to people in Africa with a much lower life expectancy, who've never had running water and never had electricity and say, oh, you need to stay poor because of Mother Earth. That is the height of you want to talk about white privilege and arrogance. And it is pretty unbelievable. You can't hold back economic development. You can't. Human beings want more than they already have. They want to advance. And we're not in this to make people poor. I don't know where people got this notion. The memo was sent out. Communists want everyone to be poor because capitalism is people having a lot of stuff, and communists are against that, and they want to make everyone poor. That is not true at all, right? The goal of socialism is to build a world with so much prosperity and abundance that we don't need a government, right? That we can eventually get to a level of material abundance where all inequality can be broken down. The need for the state can go away. People can just kind of do what they need and take what they need and do what they want to do. And, from each according to his own ability to each according to his needs. That is the ultimate vision of Marxism, right? It is the height of progressivism, human progress, and the drive of human beings, what got us from, being hunter-gatherers living in caves to making iPhones and space travel, that is behind Marxism-Leninism. This is not a reactionary ideology. It's not a pessimistic ideology. It is about the human spirit and how human beings can conquer any challenge facing them. It believes that human beings can march forward and move ahead. That has always been what Marxism is about. What these people are pushing, this destructive, pessimistic, cancel culture stuff, this is not Marxism, I'll tell you that much. Now, in my book on Kamala Harris, I talked about the roots of it, right? And that, in a feudal society, right, people are very controlled. And the bourgeoisie, in order to bring down feudalism, they gave people permission to unleash their impulses toward anger, their impulses toward sexual release, right? And that the French Revolution was an explosion of sex and rage, right? The peasantry that had been very controlled were given permission to just, chop off people's heads and celebrate, but also permission to unleash their sexual desires. The Marquis de Sade was a big figure in the French Revolution. And that the bourgeoisie, in order to take power, they unleashed people's impulses, right? Marxism came out of the aftermath of the bourgeois revolutions, the disappointment, right? That the bourgeois revolutions didn't create a just society, right? And so Marxism kind of held with it that belief that in order to bring down the old social order, we need to unleash impulses, unleash people's rage, etc. And that kind of the psychology of the bourgeois revolution kind of carried over. But right now, the capitalists, they're doing that, right? They're giving people permission to unleash their rage. They're giving people permission to unleash all their impulses and be as angry as they want and be destructive and all of that. Meanwhile, if you look at the strength of China, you look at the strength of countries around the world that are building socialism, it's not their ability to tell people to unleash their impulses that holds them together. It is the opposite. It's they give people a sense of community, a sense of purpose, a sense of joint effort, and almost that feeling that Sigmund Freud condemned, that feeling of religiousness and oneness with the universe, right? And if you look at what Stalin did during his 5-year plans, you look at what was achieved, in many countries, what Gaddafi did when he built the great man-made river, the biggest irrigation system in the world, right? It's about giving people a sense of community, giving people something to be part of, not just giving them permission to unleash their rage and their destructive impulses. I got into all of that in my book on Kamala Harris because it needs to be said. I talk about that in my City Builders and Vandals in Our Age, that we need to kind of rethink the psychology of what is it we're appealing to with Marxism. Are we just giving people permission to go out and break shit? Or are we telling people that the capitalists have broken the world and we're going to start rebuilding it.
Yeah, I mean, I really like how you mentioned the whole the game of first one up the hill, and I actually think that also applies internally to the West as well. It's not an accident that the people who are pushing this whole cancel culture, fake wokeness and dumb political correct stuff, these are the elites that made it to the top. They are white people, and they're telling the rest of the white masses, oh, you have to feel bad and feel guilty, and oh, well, that's quite convenient because you already made it to the top, and you're kind of securing your position against the majority of the people in your own country. So it's not just that they're telling other countries to do this, which they definitely are. It's also all connected, and I think an important thing for us is to be able to show concretely, make those connections between U.S. imperialism and this internal rule of this oligarchy, this deep state, and this institutionalized kind of professional, managerial, however we would call them, elites. It's interesting you mentioned the whole thing about the bourgeoisie as unleashing people's passions, so to speak. It's interesting because the utopian socialists like Fourier, I don't know if I'm kind of lost, Fourier, I believe specifically, talked about socialism in this way, as this kind of way of regulating these boundless and crazy types of, urges and passions and emotions in society. And you can kind of see how with the current American synthetic left, they're kind of going up that alley as well, where the main aesthetic behind them is really about, how to, it's a certain way of expressing yourself, not just in terms of having definite, concrete political positions, but this kind of cultural posturing and just a way for people to, way to people to channel their kind of urges. And I don't know, like, to what extent it would be appropriate to discuss this, but I don't know if you're familiar with how on BreadTube, a lot of these content creators, the way in which they interact with their own communities, on Discord and elsewhere, we kind of see a lot of predatory and disturbing behavior, So,
yeah, well, I mean, I don't know if you want to get into specifics about that or not, but I think it's a symptom of this problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that, if you look at, and I've talked about this, it's like this taboo in leftist circles. You cannot talk about the Congress for Cultural Freedom. Well, I'm going to talk about the Congress for Cultural Freedom. In the 1950s, the CIA set up, a foundation to start funneling money to Trotskyites and phony leftists, right? They set up Partisan Review magazine, and they started funding like leftist thought that was anti-Soviet, anti-communist, but was also critical of the Cold War and McCarthyism and stuff like that. And if you read, one of the intellectuals that they talk about, who they built up, was Susan Sontag, right? And Susan Sontag, I mean, she's toxic. I mean, you read her stuff. She has this essay that she published. People consider it one of her greatest works, Fascinating Fascism. And it's all about, she's criticizing this art exhibit and saying it's fascist. But her definition of fascism is like the most crazy. I mean, if anything is fascist. She says in that essay, gymnastics are fascist. Fascism is physical fitness. If you want people to be physically fit, God forbid, that's fascist. Having a powerful leader leading a group, that's fascist. Trying to build a family of mankind, that's fascist. And if you read that essay, basically she's saying anything other than individualism, right? Anything that celebrates beauty, anything that is trying to build a new world, anything that unleashes courage and encourages strength is by definition fascist. So if you follow that essay, you can't build a mass revolutionary movement. You can't, right? You're going to be fascist, right?
There's something especially pernicious about that specifically because, and we know this from experience, we are continually called fascists bread tube. I mean, and you, I think as well. You're called an Oswald and all this dumb stuff. And I don't know if you saw my encounter with Vosh, but it's precisely why I acted the way I did on the whole fascism thing. Is what you're saying. These people define fascism so vaguely and so abstractly that it could be applied to the power that had the decisive significance in the actual destruction of fascism, which was the Soviet Union. All of these things you mentioned, the promotion of beauty, the promotion of health and physical fitness, strength, the promotion of manhood, a sense of manhood for people. And I think, I'm not like one of those MRA people whatsoever, but what's so wrong with being able to teach people, who are really confused in this day and age, just, how to be a man, things like that. Communist states dealt with issues like those,
Sure.
And it's like all of those things have just suddenly become fascist. When, in fact, the fascists were stealing and opportunistically trying to emulate the example of not only the real existing Soviet Union, but also the communist parties of their respective countries, and also the Social Democrats. The German Social Democrats had traditions of these kind of Boy Scouts camping and all these kinds of promotion of physical fitness and culture and all that kind of stuff. And the Nazis pretty much were hijacking all of that stuff. So you have to ask the question, where did the fascists get these things we are otherwise associating with fascism? They stole it from the socialist movements.
Right. And then what's interesting is a lot of the things that you and I complain about the synthetic left are actually far more accurate about fascism. For example, we're pushing an ideology that is about, human progress and advancement. But the fascists were obsessed with the past. They loved primitive feudal societies. The Dalai Lama, right, who was just the darling of all these synthetic leftists. Oh, the evil communists have oppressed Tibet. Before the communists came, Tibet was this beautiful mystical kingdom. The Nazis loved the Tibetan society, right? The Tibetan feudal regime, they loved it because everyone was just born into their place. There was no class struggle and no, it was this, really authoritarian feudal society. The Nazis were very, very into the Indian caste system, something the British Empire reinforced when they got to India. And this kind of this primitivist obsession, right? This belief that we don't want to advance. We want to go back to pre-capitalist societies and kind of glorify the mystical beauty of pre-capitalist civilizations. That is a very Nazi, very fascist. That's Julius Evola. That's you look at the ideology of the far right. That is very much intrinsic to what they believe. And a lot of the things that they say now, like you pointed out, are fascist, are just things that if it's just common sense. If you're building a mass political movement, right? If you're trying to mobilize a mass movement of people to get together, you might want them to wear uniforms so they dress similarly. You know what I'm saying? The communists of Germany, they wore red armbands. So the Nazis, they had their red armbands, except they put swastikas on them, right? The communists, going back to the Paris Commune, we had our salute, right? So, the fascists invented their salute, right? Interesting fact, right? Back then they didn't have, when they were mass printing propaganda posters, they didn't have facial details, right? There wasn't enough, you couldn't have a lot of facial details. So Lenin and Stalin both had very distinct mustaches. So if people saw the mustache, they knew that's Lenin, that's Stalin. Well, Hitler comes along, right? He's trying to print posters so his face can go on propaganda posters. He has a very distinct mustache. So none of this is fascist. This is just, when you're building a mass political movement, you do this kind of thing. And communists and social democrats did it first, and then the Nazis were coming along and building their political movement to beat back the communists and the socialists and such. So they did some of this on their own, while also incorporating a lot of very reactionary elements, trying to reincorporate the past, anti-Semitism, the idea that the problem isn't capitalism, it's just some race or another, right? They were co-opting some of the effective organizing tactics of the revolutionary movements plus incorporating their very, reactionary ideas, glorifying the past, wanting to go backward. Look, Malthusianism is all over Nazi ideology, right? They wanted to reduce the population. In the Soviet Union, Stalin gave women a medal, one of the highest honors. It was, if you had more than 10 children, you got a medal for being a mother of the Soviet Union. The Nazis sterilized people. They went around, they first started with disabled people, sterilizing them, then political dissidents, sterilizing them, and we know all the rest and what eventually happened. So, the Nazis were actively trying to decrease their population, right? Whereas, in the Soviet Union, they were actively trying to expand their population. Big difference there. Very, very big difference there. The Nazi and the fascist elements, that was very much, I thought that was the most brilliant part of your debate with Vosh. Right, I never had thought of that, and that when you said that was very brilliant. He asked you to define fascism. You said fascism is when liberalism collapses into itself. That's really what it is, right? It's when the liberal societies enter such a big crisis that they're forced to become illiberal to protect their system. That's actually a very good definition, a very, very good definition, and we're seeing that a lot right now, right? This is the argument, right? Is that the Western world is so great because everyone can think whatever they want, everyone can say whatever they want. But now there's such a crisis in society, and there's a lot of people joining these illiberal movements like communism or the far right or whatever. So we need to start banning people from the internet in case they would. It's like, wait a second. I thought what was so great is that we don't ban people from the internet, and this is liberalism collapsing onto itself. Oh, we're for total free speech, and that's why we have to ban people who might, come into power and limit total free speech. This is like it's getting crazy, right? And then that's kind of the basis of what fascism is. The liberal society is so threatened in a crisis that it's reduced to that. I've talked about Bonapartism, and how one section of the ruling class will battle against other sections. And I think that's really key into understanding, and that's Karl Marx's pamphlet, The 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. He talks about, the finance capitalists were backing Louis Bonaparte to, in 1851, take over the government. And what's interesting is I think that nowadays that's kind of the role that the bread tubers kind of play, right? They are fighting for one faction of the ruling class against another. They are fighting for the ultra-rich faction. They're fighting for Jeff Bezos. They're fighting for George Soros. They're fighting for the ultra-rich against kind of an insurgency by Betsy DeVos and who's the guy who owns Home Depot? What's his name? The Home Depot guy. And, there's these lower-level capitalists, fracking companies, others, that are kind of fighting back against the ultra-rich, in a turf war. And, the bread tubers, they're, the hit squad, the goon squad of the ultra rich to control the lower level capitalists who are rebelling around Donald Trump. And that's really what's going on. And it's interesting because at the same time, we're supposed to hate Trump because he's illiberal. Remember that? Like, he's illiberal, right? Trump is illiberal. He's just like Kim Jong-un. He's just like Putin. He's just like China. He's illiberal. He's a threat to our liberal order. So what we got to do, according to CNN, right, is we got to kidnap people and deprogram them and brainwash them to make sure they don't follow this guy who's illiberal and brainwashes. This is getting stupid. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's really, really, really bizarre and silly. And it's like, I'm not a QAnon guy. I think it's a really crazy conspiracy theory. But at the end of the day, the fact that a lot of working class Americans are so angry at the ruling class and so angry at the elite that they think these people might be satanic pedophiles. Is that a bad thing? I mean, I'd rather they think they're satanic pedophiles than think they're good. At the end of the day, right? And I want to engage with these people. I'd rather these people think that they're capitalists and the solution is workers' power. That's what I want. I don't want to just shame them back into obeying the elites of this country. The priorities are all confused. People make these endless analogies to the 1930s, right? And that's a pet peeve of mine too. The 1930s, right? Roosevelt entered a Popular Front alliance with the communists, and great victories were won. This is not the 1930s, okay? There's no Soviet Union now. There's no mass communist party, and entering an alliance with Biden is the equivalent of shooting yourself in the head. That's really what they're doing. That's all they're doing here. This is not. It is not a revolutionary act. We're not on the brink of having a fascist dictatorship set up. Look, Trump. Trump was bad, but fascist. Fascists tend to If Trump was actually a fascist, okay, the pandemic would have been his Reichstag fire. And he would have swung into action and did all kinds of stuff. That's what fascists do. It's a Bonapartist move to save capitalism. And Donald Trump fell on his face in the pandemic. Donald Trump's a libertarian. He's a pathetic libertarian. He sat back and the economy collapsed and fell apart, and he couldn't even tell people to put masks on their face. What kind of, a fascist would like shoot people for not putting masks on? He'd implement the death penalty for not wearing a mask if he was a fascist. Come on, Donald Trump doesn't even have the courage to tell his supporters to put their masks on, and he's a fascist, Fascism is heavy-handed authoritarianism to try and save capitalism. Donald Trump was weak and pathetic and trying to protect lower levels of capital from some of the managerial schemes of the ultra-rich. He appealed to racism and anti-immigrant bigotry, anti-Islamic, people's bigotry and their delusions and such. So, you can see elements there. But at the end of the day, Trump was a pretty pathetic guy. And, I don't think his crime was being illiberal. I don't think his crime was appealing to masculinity. I think his crime was that he was a phony and a fraud. That's what I think his crime was.
I 100% agree with pretty much everything you said about Trump. But this, again, it comes back. These people are going to say, well, it's just because everyone's brainwashed by Russian fake news. There's no contradiction of liberalism. There's no contradiction of our society. It's all Russian fake news coming in and brainwashing people into fascism, supposedly. Yeah. But, back to this thing about fascism as liberalism and contradiction. It's interesting because liberalism was always a negation. It was just a pure negation of the old feudal and kind of traditional society. And liberalism was always this kind of rights for its own sake. Individual rights just for its own sake, with no kind of actual content, no substantive content. And fascism, and when liberalism is faced with a contradiction that there is indeed real premises, real substantive content of its own order, like for example, the fact that people need to be taken care of economically, the fact that after 1929 the Wild West kind of arbitrary capitalism was no longer sustainable. This is where I think fascism has decisive significance, because actually instead of being open to the real material content missing, which liberalism foreclosed itself from in a real authentic community, fascism invented a fake, phony, mythological, and idealized community, an idealized past, an idealized tradition, which didn't reflect any real openness to the German and Italian people. And it's especially evident, for example, in Italy, the way that the fascists had an uneasy relationship to the southern Italy, the southern Italians. And I think there's something similar going on with BreadTube, actually. BreadTube is inventing, the synthetic left is inventing, trying to reinforce the gaps in liberalism by creating new rules, new political correctness, new bonds, new pencil factory, experiments about, how to recreate society entirely from scratch. All of this just to prevent themselves and avoid some type of new openness to the actual majority of people who are living in the country within which they reside. Instead of engaging in a newfound dialogue with the masses and learning from them, not pandering to them, but learning from them, humbling oneself to them, they want to create something, in a vacuum, abstractly, workers' democratic ownership of the pencil factory or something, and then they draw a line. If you don't agree with this, you're out. If you're in, you're in. And that's actually what this whole culture war is about. It's not actually about the supposed content of transgender rights and gay rights and all this kind of stuff. It's a way of this kind of elite, this cultural elite, to estrange themselves from the majority of the people and basically create their own culture and reality from scratch without having to acknowledge the real material reality that is beyond these kinds of bubbles and walls they're creating for themselves. So, to me, that's another way BreadTube is very related to fascism. But speaking about this whole fascism business, this is the plain fact. I think it's ridiculous to compare the present situation to the 1930s at all. I think it's just stupid, like how you said, pretty much agree with what you said about the reasons why. But another reason I would add is that kind of missing one really important thing when they're calling Trump a fascist and they're making all these accusations about fascism. It's not only the fact that we do have China, so that's kind of an equivalent to the Soviet Union, but what about war? There was no fascism without some type of newfound aggression against other countries. Italy invaded Ethiopia for no reason. I mean, there were reasons, but this was the meaning of fascism in Italy. The meaning of fascism in Germany was the eastward and invasion, the conquest of the living space or whatever, and the destruction of the Soviet Union. If anyone wants to look at where anything that bears any similarity to the 1930s fascism is going to come from, why don't they look at the actual American deep state and its attempts to create newfound aggression against rising powers like China and Russia? If fascism is going to come somewhere, it's going to come from the humiliated national feeling that is coming with the rise of China, coupled with the deep state's hostility to China. And then one last thing I just wanted to say about the satanic elites and stuff is that, honest to God, I may be at the threat of embarrassing myself, but honest to God, I have no idea what kind of twisted and warped and depraved culture actually prevails among these elites. Because after what was revealed with Jeffrey Epstein, at the very least, I have to confine myself to a position of ignorance. I just don't know. Honestly, I don't know if they're satanic elites. I mean, satanic pedophiles. They might be, It's up in the air. We, honest to God, just don't know, But it wouldn't surprise me, is all I'd say.
Well, as far as what you said about fascism and war, I really, if there's any German folks watching, I deeply sympathize with you because, that the ideas of Hitler, those were British Empire ideas, right? Malthusianism, racial pseudoscience, anti-Semitism, and that there's been this whole emphasis in the way history is taught that like fascism is just like magically German. Right? Like Germans are just fascist people. They're just inherently fascist. And it's like for thousands of years, the Germans have been like that. And that's not true. Germany, until Hitler, was the center of the global gay rights movement. There were huge institutions promoting gay rights in Germany in the 1920s. It's the music of Bach and Beethoven. Look, the Communist Manifesto was written in Germany. The biggest Marxist group in the world, the German Social Democratic Party, for many years was in Germany. The German Communist Party was the biggest communist party outside the Soviet Union. The Germans have a proud history. They have a lot to be proud of, right? And that what fascism and Hitler was about, trying to destroy that history in order to prevent some kind of revolution. And it was the British and British bankers and capitalists, the British royal family, you talk about, wealthy interests in Britain that worked hard to bring fascism to Germany as a way of like crushing its progressive and revolutionary nature. So, and the biggest fear that you talk about the Anglo-imperialists, the Eastern establishment of the United States, the British, bankers and imperialists, their greatest fear has always been the Germans and the Russians getting together. Because if the Germans and the Russians got together, then basically the European mainland would be, and all of Eurasia would no longer be under their dominion. And they know that, right? And they've known that for a long time. And if you look at what happened is, the British, the Americans, the French, they got into the imperialism game way ahead of the Germans. They started colonizing the world and all of that. And Germany was very late in the process, right? They were very late in the process of becoming an imperialist capitalist country. They got into the game late, and they were trying to catch up with the British and the French and the American imperialists. And because they were trying to catch up, they did some things that were kind of a little bit more progressive, I guess you could say, to try and stabilize their society, to keep up with the other Western imperialists. Like they had public education before we did here in the United States. They had a national healthcare service, before. And it was, again, they were trying to catch up. The Kaiser and all that, they were trying to catch up to what happened. And ultimately that exploded into World War I. After World War I, the imperialist Germans were stripped of all their colonies. They were stripped of all their colonies, and at that point, They were, they were kind of, held down, and you had the Communist Party of Germany fighting for a socialist Germany to join with the Soviet Union. And so you had the British, and the Western imperialists setting up Hitler kind of as a counter gang, as a grouping to fight the communists. But then you'll notice that Hitler changed his ideology in the late 1920s because he realized he had a chance to come to power. And he sat down with Hjalmar Schacht. Hjalmar Schacht was the economist who was friendly with Hitler. He was a German banker. And he basically, Hitler stopped working for the British, and he started working for the Krupps and the Tysons and for Schacht. And the German industrialists seized control of the government, killed all the communists, but also canceled the loans of the British and started trying to re-seize colonies and seize territory again. And then you have World War II. And ever since World War II, Germany, once again, beaten down, but their capitalist economy reemerging. So now you have a situation where the Germans have been saying, look, we want to buy natural gas from Russia. The United States is on the other side of the world. Russia is right here. We're going to buy natural gas from Russia. We're going to build this Nord Stream 2 pipeline. And the United States and Britain are going crazy and telling the Germans they don't have the right to buy natural gas from Russia. And it's this huge issue that they want the Germans to pay twice as much practically for their natural gas just because, we say, we, the Americans, we, the British say you're not allowed to buy your natural gas from Russia, right? But again, it's not just about natural gas. It's that fear on the part of the British bankers and the American bankers and the American oil giants that if the Germans and the Russians get friendly to each other, that will cancel out their domination of Europe and eventually of Eurasia. Right? I mean, they're afraid of seeing the Belt and Road and all the economic development projects that China is leading and that Russia is leading, and with the Eurasian Economic Union. They're afraid of seeing that spill into Europe. Could you imagine high-speed railway all throughout, Eurasia? Could you imagine what could be done, right, if Europe and Western Europe and Russia and China were to get together? And that is what they're afraid of. The world is slipping out of their fingers, and they know it, right? Their system has gotten to the point that it is on the brink of total collapse. Right. And this is basic. It bothers me that these bread tube folks don't read Marxism. They want you to think about something different because Marx talked about overproduction, right? That the capitalist is constantly trying to make production more efficient, eliminate people from the assembly line, hire as few people as possible, pay those who he does hire as little possible, so you de-skill the jobs, right? And the idea is, is make production as efficient as possible, as cheap as possible, churn out as many products as you possibly can, hire as few people, pay as little to do it. And the result is the worker, who is also the consumer, can't buy back the product he's producing, right? That's what happens, right? If you eliminate people's jobs, you drive down people's wages, eventually people can't buy the products that you're producing. And so you have a glut, and the market is full of products that can't be sold, and the economy collapses. And this is the built-in problem of capitalism. And this is why they created the Federal Reserve. I mean, this is why all the economic reforms they've invented have been carried out. They're trying to stabilize a naturally unstable system. The worker cannot buy back the product he produces. That's the problem of capitalism. And that's what's happening. The computer revolution has just expanded that problem beyond anything. Marx never envisioned self-driving cars. Marx never envisioned, Amazon, where a book is printed by a machine, no human labor involved in printing the book. The machine just churns out the book, right? 3D printers. I mean, their computer revolution has created such a situation where there's millions of people that have no place in their assembly line, and their system is coming to a grinding halt. Whereas in China, where the state controls the means of production, where the banks and the factories, the major industries are subject to a state central plan and the lending of money and credit is in the hands of the state, this isn't a problem. And in fact, as technology advances in China, living standards advance and people are getting wealthier while the economy is becoming more efficient. This contradiction between technology and human prosperity and abundance is eliminated, right? We can get more technology and people can get wealthier at the same time. So their system has reached an impasse. The computer revolution is destroying capitalism. Meanwhile, the socialist countries of the world are able to deal with the computer revolution because profits are not in command. The state controls the means of production, not the irrationality of the market. So they're at an impasse, whereas the developing countries, the socialist countries of the world, are continuing to speed ahead. The way China handled the pandemic is another great example of that, they're at an impasse, and I think they will become more warlike. I think it's weird. There's a line in a lot of old horror movies. They say it's quiet, too quiet. I listen to the Biden administration. They sound quiet, too quiet. You know what I'm saying? They're very, very careful in how they speak. Antony Blinken says, "Oh, no more force in regime change anymore." Yeah, I really trust you on that one, Antony. I think they're planning something. Kamala Harris is a very dangerous person. I have psychologically profiled her. She's a very, very dangerous person. She is somebody who wants to kill. She wants to destroy. She wanted to execute an innocent man in California. She wanted to block DNA evidence and execute an innocent man. That is called attempted murder in my world, right? But, she tried her best to execute an innocent man in California, destroy the lives of thousands of people for smoking marijuana. And then they asked her on TV, "Oh, have you ever smoked marijuana?" She's like, "Oh, of course. My family's from Jamaica." It's like, this is a dangerous woman. And she was put in there to continue doing what the Hillary Clinton State Department wants. And that is unleash chaos and mass destruction to preserve the rule of Wall Street bankers and London bankers. So I'm really perplexed by the kind of passive, silent, careful words we're hearing from the Biden administration. I think behind the scenes, they're planning something. There are negotiations going on right now. They're getting ready to do something big. And when something big happens, which we don't know what it is, when something big happens, it is our responsibility, those of us who understand how the world is actually working, it is our responsibility to tell the working class people of this country that their enemy isn't on Wall Street, their enemy is not in Iran, their enemy is not in China, their enemy is not in Russia or Venezuela. Their enemy is the billionaire bankers that run this country. This is basic. Our real enemy is at home. That was the message of the revolutionary working class anti-war movement of Eugene Debs and Joe Hill and so many great figures throughout this country. Our real enemy is at home. Our lives are being destroyed by the capitalists, and we need to get that message out to people. One thing that's interesting is you'll notice that the anti-China obsession of Trump has carried over, right? Antony Blinken said that China is the only country in the world that can challenge the open international system, right? The open international system. Isn't that an interesting turn of phrase, the open international system? When they rule the world, it's open, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like when they're in charge, it's open, right? They're not in charge. That's just the way it's supposed to be, but if China were to start to grow as a country and have international influence, they're challenging. It's not open anymore, right? It's like they're de facto supposed to be in charge. That's just the way it is. And if you start meddling with that, you're being a dictator, right? Because de facto, the natural order of the world is them being in charge. Well, I think I would disagree with that. I look at the world right now. I think things are very unnatural. We're seeing a lot of unnatural disasters. We're seeing man-made famines caused by capitalism. Look what's happened in Africa since this pandemic has started. Malnutrition through the roof. That's their system. That is their system, right? That kills people all over the world. It's destroying the lives of working families in this country. Those of us who understand actually Marxism, Leninism, who actually understand it, we have a duty. We have a responsibility to get people in the United States to understand who their real enemy is.
We always like to say that it's important to learn from China. Obviously China is a different country with a completely different history, but the way China's socialism is able to reconcile contradictions and function with its dynamism, it's really arrogant that that there's anyone in America calling themselves a socialist who's dismissing and foreclosing themselves to probably the most successful socialist country that gives meaning to the word. In the history of the world, arguably. But I very much agree that it seems to me as well that they are plotting something, and it has been awfully quiet. We haven't really seen a really solid indication of the direction the Biden administration is planning on going in. But if the past is serves any lesson, something is going on. They're cooking something up. And all I would want to say to that is all of those people who were shilling for Biden during the election because of the specter of fascism posed by Trump, they should be held accountable for whatever happens when this whole Biden administration and its foreign policy. And I'm even seeing some of these same people, these synthetic leftists, trying to walk back their previous support for Biden, critiquing the whole business of the lack of passing of a $15 minimum wage and the drone strikes in Syria and elsewhere and so on. Well, you were the one who said this was your lesser of two evils, so you have to stick by it. You know, people like us were telling people not to waste their time and energy voting for people like Biden and instead commit their energy to working on building an actual alternative. Because as human beings, our time is finite. Our energy is finite. We can either use our time to go with the status quo, or we could use what little time we have to try and build something new. And, you know, the whole argument that, well, you know, we're just doing harm reduction. But that's ridiculous. You know, you're a finite person. With the small time and energy that you have, you would be making much more of an impact trying to build an actual alternative for working Americans than just joining this flood, this sheep for the status quo, this flock of sheep for the status quo as just one among many. If you're committing yourself to building an alternative, you're not just a sheep anymore. You're actually participating in building something new. But anyway, it's very strange in general how the meaning, even in America, of socialism and communism has changed. Now, in the past, the meaning of socialism and communism meant empowerment. It meant giving people dignity and something to be proud of. Today, the meaning of socialism appears to have been defined entirely by the right wing. But what we have with BreadTube and the synthetic left is that they're just going ahead and perversely adopting this caricature and straw man created by the right wing and embracing that. Oh, communism is for weaklings who hate humanity and are misanthropic and are pessimistic, and you know they as you said, they want to stifle people's creative energies, their livelihoods. They want you to be depressed and fear-mongering like Greta Thunberg about the end of the world and all this kind of stuff. And they just went, yeah, okay. So now I've kind of seen what the meaning of socialism and so-called communism in the American context has come to mean. It doesn't actually mean any authentic discovery of these ideas within the American context, or I should say rediscovery, because they do have precedent in American history. It rather consists in a way of perversely mocking and teasing conservative people. That's the conclusion I drew.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's funny because, you know, I think about communism. I think about William Z. Foster and Gus Hall and Huey Newton and, you know, the leaders of the Black Panther Party, Fred Hampton and others. Their message was that working people are oppressed by a system that puts profits over people, and that black and white should united fight, seize control of the economy, and build a society where working people and their needs come first, and human creativity and progress is no longer restrained. That's their message. But I listen to, you know, the folks on BreadTube, and I'll criticize Bernie Sanders a little bit too. When people say, you know, well, the understanding of socialism is, well, the government gives people free health care, the government gives people free education. I mean, I'm for that. I'm not against that. But you know, in a way, they've taken this like very triumphant and heroic message, and they've replaced it with, fuck this shit, give me some free stuff. You know, I mean, that's kind of what I get from a lot of, you know, the message that I get from a lot of young socialists, like, the world sucks, give me some free stuff. Well, I mean, they deserve some free stuff. Corporations get free stuff all the time. They're not wrong, but like that is such a pessimistic way of looking at things. It's not inspiring. It's not, you know, heroic. And I do think that social media in a lot of ways has really weakened people, right? Mm-hmm. It's really kind of turned a lot of people into very emotionally weak people. I talk about over socialization, right? And that, you know, it's very interesting. You know, B.F. Skinner, who is one of the important psychologists out of Harvard, he did a study and he determined that if you want to control someone's behavior, it's far more effective to reward them than to punish them. Right? Because if you punish somebody, they can just say, well, you're being unfair to me, right? You're victimizing me. And in fact, there's like, you know, there's a lot of like murderers and rapists and all of that really in their minds think they did nothing wrong and the world's just being unfair to them. People can make huge leaps and backflips to make themselves feel like a victim no matter what. But if you reward somebody, nobody ever goes, I don't deserve this reward. You're trying to manipulate me. You know what I'm saying? So reward is a far more effective way to manipulate somebody. But what you can do with rewards rather than punishments is you can turn people into addicts, right? The reward controls people when it gets taken away, right? It's like, oh, well, you don't get a reward this time. You don't get a sticker, little Johnny. You don't get a cookie. And social media has got people programmed, right? We're constantly looking at our phones, oh, did we get another like? Did we get another share? Oh, do the people agree with me or not? Oh, they don't agree with me. And it's gotten people into this state where they're like addicts, the heroin addict has to get their hit. They have to get their hit. We have to get our emotional, reward, our validation from our peers. And if we don't get that, then we got to do something different because we got to get this emotional validation. And it has kind of turned people into addicts where they constantly are craving the approval of others. And they don't have the courage to stand against the mob, right? As much as I'm a populist and all of that, you have to admit the most heroic people in history, you talk about Joan of Arc, you talk about Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. These are people that stood against the mob. These are people that took unpopular stands, that stood firm in their beliefs and earned the scorn of others, made other people angry, right? And that social media has kind of weakened people and taken away people's ability to be tough and to stand firm and to just say, you know what, these are my principles. This is the hill I want to die on. Come get me, right? And that is what we need to find a way to reinvigorate in people, that heroism. Because I would argue that social media is largely, it's about making people dependent on the approval of others. And the dirty secret behind all of it is we know what they do with their algorithms. It's not really the approval of others, right? They're manipulating it behind the scenes. Silicon Valley, look, there's a whole history of this. It sounds tinfoil hatty. Who set up Silicon Valley as the center of the computer revolution? Okay, the NSA, the CIA. It was a strategic decision. They knew the Soviets couldn't invest in. They didn't have the resources to invest in computers. And the reason that it wasn't the free market that was going to create Silicon Valley. It was very much a result of strategic decision making by the intelligence agencies. They put the USA at the center of the computer revolution. Al Gore, he said, we invented the internet. Well, what he meant was that through strategic decisions, the American government had created, what eventually became the internet, and that, that they are very much using social media and using, the control of the mechanisms of information to try and carry out their agenda. And their agenda is not eradicating poverty in the world. Their agenda is not, lifting people up. Their agenda is staying on top of the world. And you talk about satanic elites. Read The Aquarian Conspiracy by Marilyn Ferguson, right? Marilyn Ferguson was Al Gore's spiritual advisor. And she wrote this very, very disturbing occultist New Age manifesto called The Aquarian Conspiracy. All about basically how we're out of balance with Mother Nature, and we need to create some kind of social explosion to drive humanity down to balance with Mother Nature once again. This is disturbing stuff. A lot of these new left gurus, they seem progressive, but again, the Dalai Lama was not progressive, right? The Indian caste system, was not progressive, and a lot of the Eastern influence, what's going on in the West. And that's a big thing with like the New Age folks. They're all about the East, right? The Eastern ways. The Nazis were like that too, right? They had this fixation on the East. Whereas in China, the communists have been trying to modernize. They've been trying to get rid of that stuff. This Falun Gong cult that's trying to overthrow the Chinese government, that puts out Epoch Times, that's like quoted as a credible source on China. These folks are not Eastern in the sense they're in the developing world fighting, to develop and fighting for progress. They're Eastern in the sense they glorify pre-capitalist feudalism. They glorify the past. They're opposed to human progress, right? And that John Foster Dulles, who was a founder of the CIA, wrote that one of the strategies of the CIA was to promote mystical religious groups that would be against communism in China. And that's long been their strategy. And you can talk about Falun Gong, you can talk about Eastern Lightning, you can talk about the Hare Krishna movement, you can talk about Reverend Sun Myung Moon in South Korea. The use of like mystical reactionary groups to fight against scientific progress in the East. It's been a big aspect of CIA strategy, but also it had a lot of influence on Silicon Valley and the kind of social engineering faction that is trying to dominate the United States and rule with social media. They have a very, very Eastern, mystical, primitivist perspective, I think, and that influences what they're doing.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring up I want to save it to the end. It's the kind of more interesting stuff. But this thing about the relationship between this type of mysticism and fascism and reaction, and I mean, the Nazi thing is self-evident history. Madame Blavatsky and Theosophy was all connected to fascism, and but I think that the way humanity can establish an authentic relationship to its real past and its old religious and even to an extent mystical traditions is by embracing the wealth of modern technology and in a sense modern science, because these people you're talking about, like Falun Gong and these kind of they are making a fatal assumption. They are making the assumption that the pre-modern civilization and society was explicitly establishing itself against modern progress. But that's knocking on an open door. It's just that they hadn't yet encountered what we call modern science and technology and so on and so on. That's why communists were the only ones who actually successfully, I would argue, revived the unique characteristics of their respective civilizations in Russia and also in China. Whereas people like Falun Gong and all these kinds of, I would call them fake mystics, and these kinds of religious people glorifying their idealized version of feudalism, they are actually an extension of liberalism, Western liberalism, in my view. I think that's kind of a lesson from, not to get too philosophical or anything, but that's a lesson of dialectics, is that apparent contraries can coincide.
You're absolutely right. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, if you look at the Middle East, for example, right? Saudi Arabia is one of the most primitive, barbaric governments out there. But that's who the British imperialists set up, and that's who the West embraces. Who do we attack in the Middle East? We attack, governments like Syria that are modern and secular, governments like the Islamic Republic of Iran, where they have women who are brigadier generals in the military and multiple party elections, et cetera. And that this is part of the problem with the synthetic left, is that they've obliterated the economic definition of imperialism. Right? Imperialism is about holding back development so the Western capitalists can keep the world as a captive market. And instead, it's become, quote unquote, cultural imperialism. Right? And cultural imperialism means if you do anything if these countries do anything to modernize, right? If in the Arab world, the Baathists come in and build power plants and wipe out illiteracy, well, that's getting away from the beautiful primitive ways. Look at Saudi Arabia. That's a beautiful, I mean, that's the way these people think. I mean, in Nicaragua, the Sandinistas, the socialist government, they are working very hard to eradicate poverty. They've wiped out illiteracy. They've done all of this. And the CIA goes and they find the most crazy reactionary sects of the indigenous people who don't believe in technology and stuff, and say, oh, look at these indigenous people. They're so angry about what the Sandinistas are doing. I mean, it's ridiculous. It'd be like if you went to, I'm from Ohio, right? Mm-hmm. You could find an Amish guy in Ohio, and the next time they're building a power plant, put him on TV. Oh, we Ohioans don't believe in electricity. This is not our way. You're oppressing our beautiful Ohio culture. We're Amish here. And this is. I mean, it's and the majority of people in Nicaragua are indigenous, right? And that, again, it's about obscuring the actual definition of imperialism. If it becomes cultural imperialism, then, and I mean, there are, and that's kind of the beauty of modern China is, the first act of Dr. Sun Yat-sen when he launched the revolution was he smashed the idols in the temple, right? And he told the people of China, these are primitive beliefs. We need to be modern and scientific like the West. Mao took that to a whole nother level with the Cultural Revolution. But now in China, they have found kind of a balance where, that Marxism, Leninism, and Mao Zedong thought, and Confucianism and some of the aspects of Chinese civilization are able to kind of have a synergy, right? They reject all the aspects of traditional Chinese culture rooted in feudalism, but they also celebrate a lot of the traditions of Chinese civilization while also embracing scientific Marxism, and that they can walk together, and that's the beauty of it. And that's really kind of what's amazing about Chinese socialism is that they have been able to combine these things, right? And that in the West, we like to glorify primitivism. It's this weird bourgeois thing. I swear, it's like National Geographic magazine. All these rich people, they go to Africa. It's like the zoo or something. They take pictures and they're like, "Oh, look at these primitive people with their ways." It's so, that's kind of what it is. I mean, a lot of what calls itself, intercultural and a lot of the academic, looking at developing countries is this kind of very sick, tourism, I guess you could call it, right? That's what the West is doing. Meanwhile, people in the developing world fighting for their rights, fighting to raise their countries out of poverty, are able to embrace some aspects of their culture, but also embrace science and progress. And that's a beautiful thing. And I mean, I've been to the Islamic Republic of Iran. I've seen, what they've achieved as a result of the Islamic Revolution. And, there are great things that are achieved when countries break out of Western capitalism. And that's never told, right? That story is never told. And that's one of the problems in the way discourse in the West is. We never know about how great it is when countries break free and start developing themselves and allow their cultures to flourish, but also allow to modernize.
Yeah, I think there's two ways of looking at this event we call modernity, I think one of the ways is the kind of dogmatic, liberal way, is that modernity is just negation for negation's sake. Rights for rights' own sake. But another way of looking at it is allowing us to stop making assumptions about our own nature, right? The ability to have gender equality, the ability to have modern education, medicine, technology, all of these things free us from the bondage of prejudices and assumptions and allow us to have a newfound openness in relation to our own traditions and history without making dogmatic assumptions. And I think that's what happened in the case of China. They had the modern revolution, but instead of closing themselves off from their own past permanently, like how I would argue the West, more or less, America has done, they use this as an opportunity to rediscover their own authentic tradition and civilization, while still retaining this modern standing, freedom that doesn't force them to become bogged down by the bondage. And I think one thing that's actually the same, two sides of the same coin, is the liberalism, the negation for its own sake, and the fake fetishization of indigenous, true, authentic, untainted human zoo, if you pretty much what it is. These academic ivory tower people, this is the sick game. They occupy a position of extreme modern abstraction from the entire world and power. And the way these elites love to secure their power is by referring to the most marginal, the most indigenous and so on types of people and just say, this is our substance, this is our content, because those people don't actually pose a threat to their position in their ivory tower. But these, working class people in the West, this toxic Trump supporters and all this kinds of thing, those people actually do pose a threat to the institutional power of these academic elites. One last thing about imperialism. I had a debate with some guy, Dylan Burns, recently on Twitch about imperialism. And what's fascinating to me is about how leftists make imperialism into an abstraction. They don't actually want to talk about imperialism as an actual reality, it's not a coincidence that anti-imperialist powers modernize themselves. You can't call that Western imperialism. That's just a total abstraction. If you actually look at the concrete situation, you can very clearly see the remnants of Western and specifically English imperialism on the one hand, and the peoples of the world, including peoples within Europe itself, trying to break out of this old paradigm. So it's fascinating to me that it's all about some abstract principle. Oh, China's committing imperialism because there's a dispute in this South China Sea. It's stupid, So.
Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous. Again, I mean, they think imperialism is a verb. They think it's something you do. I've even heard people say imperializing. They IZE on the end of it. That's not even proper use of the English language. But no, imperialism is a system. Lenin's definition of imperialism needs to be revisited. People need to understand that when imperialism is not one country influencing another country or trading with another country. It is a global setup where big monopolies stop development around the world. I tell people imperialism is Wall Street in London keeping the world poor so that they can stay rich. That's what imperialism is.
Yeah, I mean, it's the epitome of opportunism. It's always this kind of whataboutism of we can't think critically about the nature of the global world order because that's kind of the thing with BreadTube is they really like to individualize everything. They try to find isolated individual actions which they try to reduce social and historical forces to individual moral actions. China's committing imperialism. Russia's committing imperialism. They want to find ways to absolve themselves from an authentic and critical encounter with the actual concrete imperialism that actually exists. And it's the same thing actually with their critique of capitalism. If I just go in my community and set up a pencil factory, I'm actually, because I'm doing it individually, I'm actually creating socialism. Or conversely, if you're making money somehow and trying to get by in this world, you're committing capitalism. It's just this fundamentally individualistic pathology, which I actually like the way you put it a lot. It's making things into verbs rather than systems. You're doing socialism. You're doing capitalism.
Right, and it fits their cancel culture moralist worldview. It's not really about changing the world. It's about being a good moral person who virtue signals, and you say all the right things and you do all the right things, and they're not really trying to change the world. And one thing I've noticed that I must say, and I mean, this is just an unfortunate reality, is that, real political change, real political organizing requires you to make alliances with people who maybe you don't agree with. I mean, I'm sure you and I can find something we disagree with if we try hard enough. You know what I mean? But in the real world, you have to be able to find someone and, hey, I don't agree with you about this, but we can work together on this. But these folks, they want to sit there on the internet, and it's like every little disagreement has to turn into an epic war. You know what I'm saying? And it's like anyone, you must never have shaken hands with anyone you disagree with. You must never have been in the same room as anyone who's cancelable. And it's like they don't understand that that you don't change the world and you don't effectively challenge power by reducing people to more and more atomized individuals and breaking down any bonds. You build community. You bring people together. You make alliances. That's how real things get done. Right? It's not through this kind of petty. I swear, I see these communist Facebook groups and all of that. They cannot, stop fighting for 2 seconds, and it's this releasing of impulses. It's this, permission to unleash your aggression, and it's, again, like you need to be able to learn to enter an alliance with people, to shake hands with people you don't agree about, to find some common grounds and start building something, not tear something down and make yourself feel good and get your anger out, but build something. That's what this is about. It's about building something.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely are aware of this kind of, people making a mountain out of a molehill over the smallest disagreements. I mean, we've almost gotten, no end to that when it comes to people because of our views about China. Oh, you're Dengist, you're revisionist, and all this kind of nonsense. So we're very much familiar with that issue. It's the thing about, specifically when I think somewhere in my conversations with these people, you were brought up somewhere, and they always went back and mentioned, oh yeah, well, Caleb Maupin, he's a transphobe, and I knew the story behind this one, so I said, he's not a transphobe. He's marched for transgender people. He was just talking to someone who happened to maybe harbor those. I didn't even know if they did or not. But then they were. It's like these stories are becoming. They spin these narratives just because you're talking to someone you disagree with. The other one was Dugan. That everyone, because you're an Osmo now, because you talk to Dugan. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's a fundamental breakdown of the basics of human communication that have been in place for the whole, probably, of all mankind's history. Only now do you have this thing where if you talk to someone, that we have a kind of, I don't want to bother you with this dumb bullshit, but we have a Discord, right? And we tend to allow people, as long as they follow the rules of the platform, we let people, and they're not personally abusive, we let anyone with any ideological views come on our Discord. Because we want people to know how to debate these people, right?
Right.
And people will smear us for anything anyone says in that, just because we don't ban people for having opposing political views. So it's shocking to me that that this type of level of individualism has gotten to this level, where just even being somewhat associated with someone, you have to adopt all of their views about every single thing. It's just ridiculous to me. But one thing I would say is that I think we have kind of made it pretty clear that our mission is kind of to take down the Infrared Show. We do want to take down RedTube, right? But as a kind of self-criticism, maybe something that's a little bit vague on our part is, what are we going to replace it with, right? I always look to you as an example, as an inspiration of somebody who does not only destroy, but is trying to build things, So I guess that's all I would say about that.
Sure. Well, one thing that people need to learn about this cancel culture stuff is you can never please these people, okay? So stop trying, right? No matter what you do. Look, ContraPoints, who's a huge bread tuber, right? She is a transgender bread tuber. They think she's a transphobe. And you watch ContraPoints. I cannot think of anyone who's more outspoken for trans rights, is trans herself, but she did something wrong in a video sometimes. She's a transphobe. You can never make these people happy. But what feeds them is when people react to them and they go, oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. And they play the game and they disavow whoever they're supposed to disavow. That is it's like feeding the monster. That whenever you do that, you're feeding the monster. So, and I'm at the point where I don't play that game, Jason on Ruhe, Maoist Rebel News or whatever, we don't agree on a lot, right? But somebody came onto my Twitter the other day and was like, oh, you should disavow Jason for this or that. And I said, I'm not going to do that. I said, get the hell out of here, right? We disagree on a lot of things, but I'm not going to disavow him. I don't play that game. I don't play that game. That's being a punk. That's being a coward. And you just gotta learn to be tough. And when someone comes to you and says, oh, disavow this person, disavow that person, say, no, I'm not going to play that game. I associate with people with whom I disagree. Maybe I'll argue with this person about this issue that I disagree with, but that's that. And that's that. And we gotta do that. And also, on some of these issues, I must say, like Dugan, right? Dugan has his view, fourth political theory, Eurasianism. That's his viewpoint. Obviously not my viewpoint. I'm a Marxist-Leninist. I believe in historical progress, etc. But he's a very important Russian intellectual, very influential. A lot of people in Russia read his words. A lot of people in Russia strongly disagree with him, but a lot of people do read what he has to say. Why would I not, as an intellectual, as an anti-imperialist in the West, why would I not want the opportunity to engage with him? And why would I not, seek that opportunity out? It's just like common sense if you're in the real world trying to get things done. Now, if you're on the internet trying to prove you're the most glorious and most pure leftist, maybe not. Jyoti Brar, she's a leader of the Communist Party of Great Britain, Marxist-Leninist. She's with the Workers' Party. And, they do great stuff. They're great folks. They're trying to get to working class communities. They're building an anti-ID poll, pro-Brexit socialist party. They have been in the long haul. She went to Libya to stand with Gaddafi. She went to Gaza to stand with the Palestinians. I have huge admiration for Jyoti. I don't agree with everything she said about the trans issue, but also I will say that there's a difference here, right? I have many trans friends who I love deeply. And if anyone ever tried to discriminate against them or bully them or mistreat them or tell them they weren't welcome or make them feel ashamed of who they are, I would be the first to step in and say that's not acceptable. However, I don't really know, and they don't really know what trans is, right? And there's a huge debates among trans people themselves about what it is and what it means, right? And I stay out of those discussions. I don't know enough about that. And I do know that there are very strong feelings among the trans community about what exactly is behind the transgender phenomenon. And I, as a non-trans person, do not know what's going on there. I'll just tell you, I don't know what it is. I know that people have rights. I know people shouldn't be discriminated against. I know people shouldn't be ashamed of who they are. They shouldn't be accused of being mentally ill. They should be allowed to live their lives as they want. And that's it. That's what I know. And that is solidarity, right? You know, I don't go to the black community and tell them, this is who you are. This is how you should fight. I don't do that because I am not black. You know what I'm saying? That there's a basic level of just solidarity is respecting people's rights. And that's it. You know what I'm saying? And that's it's not, and this demand that you adopt one ideological perspective or another, that's, again, this is not realistic, right? It's not realistic, right? The trans issue, the sex worker issue also, right? I mean, look, I've been asked many times, what are my views about the sex worker issue? My view is nuanced, you know, on the one hand, right? If women want to engage in that kind of work, I'm not going to stop them. I don't want them to go to jail. But we have to be real that in a lot of working class communities, the sex trade is a very ugly thing. It's a very ugly thing, you know, women from maybe a middle class background who would rather do that than do something else and feel empowered on the internet or whatever and want to get on a webcam. That's one thing, okay? But, you know, we know what human sex trafficking is. We know there's real horrors there. And if leftists go around talking like all of, you know, what is called sex work is a good thing, we're being really, really insensitive to what lots of working class people go through. So again, there's nuance to this conversation. We can be, you know, for decriminalization, for ending the harassment and the shaming of people who engage in this. We can be for people's right to engage in it if they, you know, do so freely on the one hand, but we have to be real about the reality of what the global sex trade is and what the majority of people who are quote unquote sex workers are going through, which is horrific. And it's a horror of modern capitalism, and that there's a nuanced way to have these conversations. And it seems like as the shrill emotions get going, no one can ever have these kind of conversations in a nuanced way. And that at the end of the day, there's a kind of an anti-working class edge to it, right? If you go into an immigrant community or a working class community and you're telling everyone, you know, I'm a socialist in my organization, we really strongly believe in prostitution, people are going to say, get away from me. You know what I mean? The people are going to say, get out of here. You know what I'm saying? You have to be sensitive about how you approach these issues. And the world is not as simple as people would like. And again, it's a very middle class kind of thing. It's about appealing to middle class intellectuals and seeing working class people, you know, oh, they're uneducated rabble. They didn't go to NYU and study gender studies like I did. Clearly you're misinformed. You must be one of those deplorables that voted for Trump. Get out of my way, you inferior. You know, I mean, this is not a communist approach. This is not how Gus Hall and William Z. Foster and Joe Hill and Fred Hampton would have approached working class communities. You know, you can have serious conversations and engage with people, or you can just feel good about yourself and dismiss them. And you know, there's one way that's the communist way, and there's one that is clearly the middle class, petty bourgeois, you know, virtue signaling way. And I think we know which way is correct.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very suspicious. Why has this whole discourse about, you know, prostitution and all that, why has this become at the fore of the left? Well, maybe it has something to do with the fact that people are losing a sense of stable livelihood. Maybe it has to do with the fact that selling oneself has become the new moral virtue. I mean, not just in terms of prostitution, but people sell their souls, you know, to these institutions that they're wedded to. It's extreme, and another really nefarious thing is, why are socialists the foremost of, not talking about the rights of people who have fallen victim to this trade, this sex trade. I'm just talking about as some fashionable, you know, new. Why are socialists leading this? Because doesn't it only empower people who have money? I mean, it's kind of common sense. It's a sex trade. You're purchasing one of the defining things that makes us human, which defines human relationships. You're purchasing that with money. Who has money in our society? It's quite self-evident to me, you know?
Why do culture wars always become the first thing? Right? Mm-hmm. Why does that, you know, I mean, why is that always the first thing that pops out, right? You know, the understanding, you go back to, you know, in the communist movement, right? people always talked about how the Communist Party, with their anti-racist line, were able to win huge victories for the working class, black and white, right? That back in the 19 teens and the 1920s, when there was a strike, because most of the labor unions were whites only, the black community would be used as scab labor, right? And a lot of black people hated unions because unions kept them from getting jobs. If the plant was union, it was a union plant and you were black, you couldn't work there, right? And so a lot of black people hated unions, very, understandably so. And when there was a strike, the black people would all be hired as scabs, right? Well, the Communist Party came along and they said, let's get rid of that. Let's have anti-racist unions and let's make the demands of our strike that black people have the right to work on the docks in San Francisco or have the right to work in the auto plants in Detroit. And when the Communist Party did that and said black and white unite and fight, the black community suddenly started supporting the labor movement and not operating as scabs. Meanwhile, at the same time, you had, the white workers, had allies and they were able to be victorious. And it was through, black and white unite and fight, putting the needs of the black people at the front of the labor movement's demands. That's how the labor movement was successful. It was understanding that it was in the economic interest of the working class to oppose racism. That these battles were won and that big victories were won, and black people got to work on the docks in San Francisco, and black people worked in the auto plants, and you had the very beginnings of the civil rights movement, which the Communist Party was part of. And the understanding was if we can build solidarity, we can break down racism. If the Communist Party back in the 1920s and 30s had gone to these unions of white workers and said to them, you all are racist, you're scum, you're racist, you deserve to be poor, the workers would have spit on them and told them to get out of there, right? But it was through helping the white workers to understand that putting the needs of the black community first was in their economic interest and would ultimately benefit all workers, that this came through. Look, the new left, the 1960s new left is very toxic, okay? The Weather Underground, the Weathermen, the SDS, Bill Ayers, Bernadine Doran, these people that went from being, communist revolutionaries who engaged in left adventurous terrorism to being like big time Democrats and friends of Barack Obama. These folks, their attitude, these people basically just had a white savior complex, right? Bill Ayers comes from a billionaire family. He was the leader of the Weathermen, a billionaire family, but in his view, right, he wanted to be the white guy who saved all the black people from the evil, racist white workers, right? And that you see that a lot with some of these, groups that come out of the 1960s. They tend to be led by a white guy who's from a wealthy background, who has it in his head that, he was sent to earth by God to save the black people from the evil, deplorable, racist whites, right? And it's this white savior complex. Right? That's really what motivates a lot of the new left remnants. They're very wealthy people who they see the white working class as a bunch of racist hillbillies and rednecks, and they see black people as just these victims who couldn't possibly fight for their own rights. But luckily, the rich white guy shows up to save the black people from the other evil whites, and that is such a toxic narrative. It's such a toxic narrative. And if the Communist Party had operated that way in the 30s, they never would have made any progress. They never would have won great victories, right? You look at what happened in the South when the Communist Party built interracial labor unions and got, white workers to rip up their Ku Klux Klan cards and join the Communist Party instead and to stand arm in arm with black workers. It was a totally different approach. It wasn't about shaming. It wasn't about white privilege. It was instead about building solidarity and understanding that racism hurts all workers, most especially those who are victims of it, but even those who benefit from it slightly in the long term. They are hurt by racism. That racism and colonialism and white chauvinism hurt all working class people. And it should be on the agenda of the entire working class to eradicate these things.
The way I'd put it is that those who can afford to write people off and simply dismiss them, and of course those workers we're talking about who were in the Sound, of course you could say, yes, they do harbor racist tendencies. Yes, there is something racist about them. But you can only afford to write them off as racist when you can somehow find refuge in an establishment which represents a tiny minority of the population that has secured itself against the majority of the people. You can only afford to skip the part of actually winning the masses when you're taking refuge and hiding behind the dictatorship of some kind of elite. when all these fake leftists are going around dismissing all these people as racist and deplorables, what ground are they standing on to sustain that? They're standing behind the anti-democratic and anti-popular elites.
Yeah, indeed. Well, listen, I'm gonna have to probably go pretty soon.
Sorry, yeah.
We want to wrap this up. Do you have anything before we go? Before we conclude?
We covered so much, so
Okay.
I'm not sure. I
right.
think we pretty much touched base on everything I could remember.
All right. Well, I got to have you on one of my streams next.
I'd love to. I'd love to.
You're welcome anytime. Let's set it up.
It
So
was really a pleasure, man. I'm really honored to have you on, and
I'm honored to be on here. Right? People have been posting gorillas in my chat for the last few weeks, so I'm really excited. So yeah, let's do this again sometime. Always a pleasure. It was really great. A great conversation, very wide ranging. Let's talk again soon. Okay?
I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much for coming on.
Sure thing.
See you later.
Yep.
Bye. Wow, guys, that was a really nice conversation. That was fucking crazy. But this whole time, OBS has been frozen. And it's been not responding. So let me try to fix Streamlabs OBS. What is going on with OBS? Do I have to restart it? Crash handler process? Okay. What can I do? I'm gonna end. Okay, the stream might end. Refresh, guys. Refresh.